Oliver, right? Yeah.
So I just want to announce, can you please make sure you keep the center aisle free for fire concerns? So there's plenty of room. You can come over here, not over there, because that's pretty full now, but please feel free to come behind here if you need a space. Not here. So welcome, everyone. I'm going to open this meeting. It is now 6 o'clock. Open the meeting of City Council. And if we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Hagley. Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Vice Mayor Harrod.
Here.
Mayor Mitchell.
Here. Thank you. And now if you could join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Motion carries. So report on closed session. We did not have a closed session, so there's nothing to report. And announcements and presentations. So the first thing we're going to get started off with is, and I'm going to do this one because I get to. This is the Parkinson Awareness Month proclamation. So yeah, we've got a lot of great people here. Thank you for everyone who's showing up. We really appreciate it. So a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Healdsburg recognizing April 11th as Parkinson's Awareness Day in the City of Healdsburg. Whereas Parkinson's disease affects more than 1 million Americans and is the second most common neurodegenerative disease in the United States. And Parkinson's disease is believed to result from a combination of genetic and environmental factors. And its symptoms include motor challenges such as tremors, rigidity, and slowness of movement, as well as non-motor symptoms, including cognitive decline, depression, apathy, and difficulty swallowing. And the prevalence of Parkinson's disease is expected to nearly double by 2037, increasing the personal and economic impact on families and the nation. And early diagnosis, increased education, and community support services are critical to improving quality of life and advancing towards a cure. And it is important to raise public awareness about Parkinson's disease, increase understanding, and support those affected by this condition, as well as the healthcare professionals, caregivers, and family who provide care and support. And Parkinson's Awareness Day provides an opportunity to unite in support of those affected by Parkinson's disease, to honor their resilience, and to advance efforts in research and treatment. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Healdsburg hereby recognizes April 11, 2025 as Parkinson's Awareness Day in the City of Healdsburg, and encourages all residents to recognize the challenges faced by those living with Parkinson's disease, raise awareness, and support ongoing efforts to find a cure. And I know that Shelley Gilbert is here to receive the proclamation. Would you like to say a few words? And then after the other proclamation, we'll have you all come up and get pictures? Or you want to wait? Thank you. And we have one more proclamation tonight declaring April 2025 as National Volunteer Appreciation Month in the City of Healdsburg. Councilmember Kelly.
A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Healdsburg recognizing the month of April 2025 as National Volunteer Appreciation Month and thanking our volunteers throughout the community for their service. Whereas National Volunteer Week began in 1974 when President Richard Nixon signed an executive order establishing this week as an annual celebration, and every president since has done the same. National Volunteer Week has now flourished to encompass an entire month, allowing time to recognize the hard work, dedication, and passion of volunteers and national service members throughout our nation. Our city government could not function without volunteers who serve on our boards, commissions, task forces, and committees. And to encourage an environment in which volunteers can flourish, the City Council of the City of Healdsburg created a formal volunteer program in 2019 that promotes community volunteer organizations and encourages intergenerational community volunteerism. And there are thousands of volunteers in our community, many of whom are here tonight, who give their time and effort to help others through their church, community organizations, service clubs, schools, hospitals, charitable organizations, and other worthy endeavors. And whereas these volunteers are motivated by the satisfaction of helping their fellow residents and making their community a better place to live. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Healdsburg does hereby express its sincere appreciation, gratitude, and respect to all the volunteers in Healdsburg for their service to our community, and declares the month of April 2025 as Volunteer Appreciation Month.
And Linda Go will be receiving the award. Would you like to come up and say a few words? Yes. And make sure the
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Linda Go, and I'm here to represent the Friends of the Senior Center for accepting the Volunteer Appreciation Month. Thank you all for the support that you've given to the Friends of the Senior Center and to all the volunteer organizations in Healdsburg. The Friends of the Senior Center, whose mission is that working hand in hand with you to improve the lives of seniors here in Healdsburg. Thank you again.
Thank you. Now, would all of the Parkinson's Fox people like to come up to the front and we can get a picture with the council?
Oh.
Right in the center. You in the center.
I'm gonna take a picture first. All right, ready? You're all good right there. Oh, wait, all right, 1, 2.
Can we go?
Oh, wait.
Wait, there's more. No.
Ready? Volunteering. Perfect.
Hey, what's next? Oh, sorry, I abandoned mine over there. Do you wanna? Okay.
These are the fun times being on council, I can tell you that. So up next, we have the annual Marie Sparks Memorial Volunteer Awards. Anna Grant, I think, is going to handle this one.
Good evening. It is that most special time of year, Council, where we get to appreciate our volunteers. And there's one amazing volunteer in Healdsburg that everyone in this room, well, everyone at the Senior Center, most of us remember, Marie Sparks. I'll take the next slide. Marie Sparks really was a woman of vision, compassion, and grit. Asking for help for Marie was quite easy. She just didn't take no for an answer from anybody. She would rub shoulders with federal and state legislators just as easily as she did with the poorest of the poor in our community. Marie had the ability to inspire others to work with her, to get to the heart of a problem, to find a solution. Marie has left for us a legacy of good works, many admiring friends, and a much stronger community. And it is in her name that we every year honor some very special people who we call Marie Sparklers. So nominations were held. Many of these sparklers in the room got to nominate someone open to the public online, and several names came in. Our nominations committee met and reviewed all of our applicants, and it was a tough, tough decision. So tough, in fact, that they've broken some, maybe they were rules, maybe they weren't, but we're taking on 3. This community, as you can see from just these last few moments here, has quite a few amazing individuals in it, and we want to make sure that we're recognizing all of them. So this year we have 3 Marie Sparks Volunteers of the Year. So up first, we're going to have our past Marie Sparklers present our incoming Marie Sparklers with their awards. And I will ask Mr. Richard Dick Bogarski to the podium.
Project leader and the entire club leader. Dana leads the club approximately 100 youth members to successful fair seasons year after year. She coordinates all the projects within the club to ensure that they are meeting regularly, that they are following correct protocols. The 4-Hers are learning the proper raising and care procedures of different animals, and they are preparing for fairs and contests. Dana also ensures that the youth members are properly registered for the competitions and are ready to represent themselves and 4-H properly and professionally. Dana embodies the 4-H leader spirit by keeping the club youth-led. 4-H members are the leaders of the group meetings and make decisions for their own club. Dana does an amazing job of guiding them in the right direction while maintaining the distance and ensuring that the decisions are theirs. She does not seek recognition for her role, but always ensures that 4-H members receive proper recognition for all they put into their projects. Dana puts forth hundreds of hours each year into the 4-H program on top of a job and family. Her children are now adults, but Dana remains dedicated to the 4-H program where her children were once members. Dana's commitment to the community is inspiring for both the youth she leads and the families that are involved with the program. We are inspired by how much she cares for the 4-H program and its members and all that she puts into it. Like Marie Sparks, she embodies the generous and unselfish spirit of volunteerism in Healdsburg and so deserves this wonderful recognition. Dana Grandy.
Well, thank you very much. I prepped something because if I riff it, I'll go off topic and I want to say what I want to say. So I'm going to read. I thank you all for this honor. I want to thank the city. I want to thank my 4-H members and their families. I want to thank the more than 20 adult volunteers in the Warm Springs Club because really they should be standing here next to me. It does take a little bit of a village to do what we do. Most importantly, I probably need to thank my family. My husband is very patient, and my 2 daughters have had to share their mom with many, many other kids over the years. My girls aren't here. They're joining on Zoom. My oldest is actually an acute care nurse in Seattle, and my youngest is finishing her junior year at Colorado State. She studies animal science. So major props actually to our Healdsburg Public Schools for prepping them as well as they did. My youngest daughter began 4-H when she was 7 years old and she wanted a rabbit. All of her college essays talked about how that rabbit changed the trajectory of her life. And the funny thing is that rabbit changed my life too. I didn't participate in 4-H when I was young, when I was growing up. So the first couple of years as a parent in this program are a lot. There's a lot to know about the opportunities that await our 4-H members, and it takes some time to understand it all. I actually became the Warm Springs Club leader in 2018, which it's been a minute. I love this program because of what 4-H project work teaches our kids. It doesn't matter if it's an animal project, a photography project, a hiking project, a fishing project. All projects teach them time management and commitment, and they offer opportunities for public speaking and leadership. Through all that work, members gain confidence in their skills and abilities. People like to say that in 4-H we're raising the next generation of farmers, and that might be true, but what I tell them is that we're actually raising the next generation of leaders. I can't tell you how many kids I've had and I currently have in my club or in our club that suffer with anxiety. I also can't tell you the number of times I've cried with pride when I watch these kids push through their fears and work through the hard things. Being witness to those breakthroughs and maybe having been just a small part of helping them to conquer their fears is a privilege. Mentoring these kids has changed my life, and that's why I'm still here doing it. And that's why I'm still here doing it. So thank you again for this honor.
Our next Marie Sparkler will be Suzanne Escoval reading for our incoming Marie Sparkler, Lupe.
It's my honor tonight to introduce Lupe King. She is one of those under the radar community volunteers who doesn't want but definitely deserves recognition. Lupe has been a Girl Scout leader for over 2 decades. She fulfills the spirit of the Girl Scout motto, be prepared, and the Girl Scout slogan, do a good turn daily. By her selfless example and consistent leadership, she shares these important life skills with the countless young women who are members of her troop. Girl Scouts become confident, caring, and productive adults. Through the opportunities that Lupe creates, Girl Scouts go on adventures and serve their community. Last year, the troop went to New York City, where they visited historic sites and art museums, saw a Broadway play, and volunteered to serve those in need. For many of these girls, the trip was not only unimaginable, but impossible without Lupe's leadership. This year, they're raising funds for a trip to Japan. Lupe is instilling determination and cooperation and opening their eyes to the world and the vast opportunities that lay in front of them. Lupe's day job is a stellar paraprofessional at Healdsburg Elementary School. She's highly skilled and very caring with the district's youngest students. Her dedication to encouraging a love of reading is obvious in her creative Zeusfication of HES for Read Across America Day. She is a quiet, constant, loving, and an active presence for students and coworkers. Lupe frequently involves her Girl Scout troop in school and community events. At a recent family learning night, Lupe and the troop provided a hands-on science experiment that had kids laughing and learning. At last year's turkey trot, the troop was cheering madly for the trotters and helping monitor traffic. And I'm sure everyone has seen them outside Big John's and Garrett Hardware selling cookies and nuts. Hopefully everyone bought theirs. A full year supply, please. We need to get Lupe's girls to Japan. They are valuable and respected members of our community. Thank you, Lupe, for your dedication and service to the Girl Scouts of Healdsburg.
Not much of a public speaker, so bear with me. I would like to say thank you. I feel honored to be receiving the Maria Sparks Award tonight. I want to thank the city of Healdsburg, my many friends who are actually my family in this community, to my Girl Scout community, adults, volunteers who support me and stand by me, and to the girls who always amaze me with their spirit. I'm always so grateful to see the recipients of our volunteer work. The Girl Scouts is more than just selling cookies. I find great joy in guiding girls into becoming strong, independent women who have a great sense of community. I wish that I could take credit for all the wonderful community projects that Troop 10278 accomplishes, but I can't because it's often their ideas. As young children in second grade, they came to me and said, our friends are crying because they don't have costumes. And I said, what are you going to do? And they said, we're going to get them costumes. And I said, how are you going to do that? And they said, well, we're going to buy them. And I said, well, do you think we can buy that many costumes? And so there began the idea of how we were going to help our fellow students. So they started collecting, and then they purchased costumes with their cookie money and their nut money. And then that was not enough. They came back and they said, there's still children crying. They don't have costumes. But we threw a party because we didn't want them to feel like they were getting something for free. So we turned it into a party of the crafts and whatnot, but children were still crying the following year. So I said, well, what are you going to do? And they said, well, we're going to take costumes to school. So that started the next step where we took costumes to schools. We are providing costumes currently to Fitch Mountain, Healdsburg Elementary, Maddie Washburn, and we plan on adding 3 additional to 4 more schools next year. These girls collect the costumes, they hang them, they throw the party. It's because of them. They always want more. And so now this year they said, well, maybe some kids don't get to carve pumpkins because they don't have them. So now our goal is to get them pumpkins also. So it's these young women who do so much. They also, every single year, give gifts to kids at Valley of the Moon because they say that it must be really hard to be there at Christmas time without gifts. Every year, we go out and we purchase gifts. Last year, we purchased 21 gifts for children at the Valley of the Moon. We were also the Grinch crew at the senior luncheon. We were the ones who brought cookies to the senior living center on Grove Street. There is always something to be done, and they always find something that needs to be done in our community. Currently, they are working on 3 projects. One being, we took a tour of the courthouse, and they talked about children who have to go to court and how that must feel. So now they are collecting new small stuffed animals so that those children don't have to go alone and sit through court. They are also collecting clothing for HES's soon-to-be clothing closet. So a child who may not have clothing can go and shop and have clothing. And the last thing that they're working on is their concern for the unhoused in our community that come out of the hospital after a hospital stay and need a backpack or a sleeping bag. So those are the current projects that they are working on. I am so amazed with these young women and who they're going to become. They are going to be incredible leaders in our community, and they're sitting right here. To help be the guide for them to get them through to be able to do these wonderful things. So next time you see us selling cookies, we're not just about cookies. We are about our community and making it better. Thank you.
And up next, our final recipient for this year, we have Greta Messex reading for Steve.
Oh, wow. I feel like I'm so proud of myself right now. I'll tell you why. I can call myself the friend of all 3 of these people. Whoa. Nominations that Steve received. Not just 1, 2. Ready, Steve?
Sure.
This came from Bruce. Steve Pogue is a key volunteer leader at Farm to Fight Hunger. He manages the harvesting and delivery of our 72,000 pounds of donated vegetables each year. In addition, he works with the Redwood Empire Food Bank at the distributions in Healdsburg, at the community center, and at the elementary school. This, in addition to delivering our produce to the distributions and to the Healdsburg Food Pantry. Steve works 40+ hours a week, all on donating his services to this community. Steve is also one of the people who is involved with the grants from Healdsburg Forever and devotes his time to assisting them with grant giving. He's a really quiet guy. He likes to go under the radar. As Bruce says, he's relatively unknown in the community, yet donates more of his time to giving back than anyone else that I know. And here's my nomination. Steve never stops volunteering. His focus is on food insecurity. He has volunteered at Farm to Pantry, Farm to Fight Hunger, Redwood Empire Food Bank, and Healdsburg Forever. He routinely volunteers for 5 shifts at REFB, 2 kitchen, 3 distributions, and sometimes more. Steve is indefatigable. He never says no. He always has an idea of how to rectify a situation that needs fixing. He's smart, focused, talented, and always ready to lend a hand. Our HES Food Pantry team adores Steve, and we depend on him weekly. Steve does it all. He works at the Farm to Fight Hunger, delivers food, distributes food, registers people, and smiles constantly. Steve could be doing all sorts of relaxing retirement types of activities. Instead, he's in the thick of things daily, making sure that everyone in our community has food for their families. He's a true and constant blessing to our town. To me, Steve is the epitome of a good human being. He's also funny, charming, and endlessly polite. Congratulations, Steve.
Thank you, Greta. And it's possible I'm the first person co-nominated by a dog. I'd also like to thank the council for scheduling this a few hundred yards away from the distribution we just finished. And shout out to the city staff because of the 4 food bank distributions in Healdsburg, all of them are hosted on city property. And that's been great. We were talking about which of us was the most uncomfortable here, but so food insecurity and fighting food insecurity is really a volunteer effort. I was at the food bank warehouse today. There's a banner on the side of the warehouse with every person who has been a volunteer there for the last 12 months. There are approximately 9,500 names on that list. And the food bank, just so you know, has about 85 employees. So you can see the ratio there. In town here, almost all of the distributions are staffed just by volunteers. The Shared Ministries food pantry is 100% volunteers. And so really, if you look at the fight for food security, it's neighbors helping neighbors more than anything else. The situation out there is bad and getting worse. The wine economy has changed. The changes at the national level that we're all still trying to figure out has caused a significant increase in the number of recipients at our distributions over the last few months. At the same time, both state and federal funding for different food programs has been cut. You may have read that last week was announced that the USDA cut a shipment of 155,000 pounds of food that was going to go to the Redwood Empire Food Bank. So that is a $700,000 hit. And no one is really quite sure what's going to happen going forward. But indications are it's not going to get much better. There's probably, I don't know, no one keeps track of how many people are food insecure in Healdsburg, but it's easily a few hundred families that rely on the food assistance to be able to make it just through the week. And those people, for the most part, have at least one job, sometimes more. They typically are housed. About 80% are native Spanish speakers. And in that community, because of the issues around uncertainty with immigration status and just the overall concern about the economy, there's a lot of concern in that community. And I know there's not a whole lot the council can do about that, but other than just be aware that it's a continuing issue. So what can we all do? I know that the different hunger relief organizations in town are going to double down. The food bank is, the food pantry is. Bruce from Farm to Fight Hunger is expanding the farm. Last year we did 14 tons, and this year we'll do more. And I'm proud to say that Healdsburg Forever announced last week that they are continuing to support food security in Healdsburg and making grants to the Redwood Empire Food Bank, the Shared Ministries Food Pantry, and Farm to Fight Hunger. The rest of us, if this is an issue that concerns you, any of those organizations can use your donations. Either food is good, money's better. And if you are someone who is food insecure or knows someone who's food insecure, come on out and we'll take care of you. Thank you.
So photos, and we have the blacks. How do you want to do this?
We got a gaggle of folks here. I feel like it might be interesting to bring them all up at once, but I don't know if they'll all fit. We've got 4-Hers and Girl Scouts, and let's do Dana first and all the 4-H Warm Springs folks. I see you over there. You didn't bring any sheep today? Chickens? No?
The camera might be.
Okay, you guys gotta come in front, you guys squeeze in more. And at the end, you guys gotta come all the way in. Look further in.
Say FFA.
All right, and Lupe and all the Girl Scouts, come on down.
You got Stephen Farm to Fight Hunger.
He said he left the carrots outside in the truck. He didn't bring them for the photo.
I'd like you to take a couple steps.
Okay. You guys have, you just gotta squeeze in. You gotta squeeze in.
Just don't get in front of the wall.
Hold on just a second. There's that lady in the black and white.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all of our Marie Sparklers, past and present, and join me at the Senior Center for our taco celebration.
Oh, we always lose. Chief can finish in 5 minutes.
Well, apparently he can go as long as he needs to, as long as he starts before 6:45, according to Jeff. Okay, thank you. What a fun time, right? So I just want to confirm, Jeff, that we can, Chief Boaz can start the fire update and continue until he's done, and then we'll start the public hearing.
That's correct, Mayor. We have a time certain public hearing tonight, and we're not quite at that time yet, so we're fine to start this item. We're fine to take our time. But unless this is the fastest fire department update, our very next item will be the public hearing on district elections.
You don't need to rush. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mayor Mitchell, members of council and city staff, and members of the public. I'm Jason Boaz. I'm the fire chief for the city of Healdsburg. Appreciate you letting me present tonight. I'll be giving you my annual update for the activities for the city of Healdsburg Fire Department for 2023. What I'd like to do is talk about some of our response statistics and things we've done during the calendar year. I'm then going to do a little bit more detailed dive into the vegetation management work we've been doing over the last couple of years with the Coastal Conservancy Grant, because I know you're all interested in that. And I don't think I've ever given you a comprehensive view of all that. And we'll end with some things that are coming up in 2025 here that are exciting, that you probably have some questions about. So if you can go to the next slide, please. I understand we have a 6:45 start time. I'm not going to rush through this because I think there's a lot of good information here. So those members of the public that are here for the other items. I appreciate your patience, and I hope you learned something about your fire department. So talking about staffing, our current staffing, we are at full staffing right now. Everybody's healthy, everybody's working, which is great. We have myself as a fire chief, our division chief, Fire Marshal Lance McDonald. And of course, on shift, we have 3 fire captains, 3 fire engineers, and 3 firefighters. You'll see in bold, a fire inspector is highlighted there. This year, thanks to support of council and Measure H, we added a fire inspector position to the department, which has been a goal of ours for a long time, and I'll talk more about that in a little bit, and an office assistant. So our regular staff is 14. Our reserve staff right now is down to 9. And if you were to ask me at the end what our biggest challenges were for the future for the fire department, I would answer recruiting and retaining reserve firefighters and volunteer firefighters. In this environment, it's just becoming more and more difficult. We do have a very dedicated core group of reserve firefighters, some who have been with the city for many, many years. But in this current environment, it is just hard to hire, train, and most importantly, maintain and keep reserve firefighters. So we'll continue to work on that as we move forward. Next slide, please. We're talking about response statistics. In 2024, we had 2,051 calls for service, which is a little bit less than previous years. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on this later, but I would attribute that downtick to our contract areas that we respond to. We last year kind of changed our deployment for that area, where in Northern Sonoma County Fire is taking a lot of what we call code 2 calls, the trees down, wires down, lift assist, things like that. And the thinking behind that was to have them respond to those non-emergency calls in their area so that we're not committing our engine for long periods of time out there, wherein they come backfill the city and respond to calls when we have multiple calls at the same time. But I can talk about that a little bit more later. Next slide, please. This is kind of an interesting graph of our incident types. And as you'll see, what's most interesting about this slide is how consistent it is between 23 and 24. It's almost identical. You can see the majority of our calls, about 53%, are medical calls. Fires are still down in the neighborhood of about 3 to 4% of our calls. Not a lot, but they are significant when they come in. And then good intent calls and service calls. So in case you don't know what they are, service calls are things like lift assists, maybe a smoke detector battery that's chirping that somebody calls us to help change out, lockouts of vehicles, or a child locked in a vehicle, or an animal locked in a vehicle, those types of calls where we're just responding to help out the public with something. Good intent calls, the majority of those calls are calls where we're dispatched and canceled en route. Those could also be calls where we have the wrong incident location, or we arrive and there's no longer an incident there, things like that. Next slide. I find this slide interesting. This is kind of a heat map of where we run calls in the city. Obviously, the darker areas are the higher concentration of calls. You can see that we run a lot of calls in the downtown area, the plaza, the business area, and that's not surprising due to the activity down there. Right above downtown where you see it a little darker red, that is Healdsburg Senior Living at 725 Grove Street, where we respond to quite frequently. And you can see the Rivers Bend community has a good deal of calls. If you look up on the north part of the slide, you can see we run a lot of calls in the Parkland Farms area. And it is of note that we do have the affordable housing complex in there, which is a pretty concentrated area. So I mentioned it, we do run calls there. And then at the very top, where you'll see the Enzo project is in the North Village development, you're starting to see us running calls up there. This is a year's worth of data, but that didn't really come online until the middle of the year. So I expect to see that increasing probably next year when we're here. That'll be a deeper red in a bigger circle, but that is right across the street from our fire substation, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. So nothing on this slide is surprising, but it just gives you an idea of where we're running our calls. You can see they're pretty well spread out throughout the city. Just to give you an idea of our response times and our turnout times. The one on the left is our average turnout time. Our turnout time is from the time of dispatch, from the time the tones go off in the station to the time they're responding out the door. So our expectation in the standard is that's between a minute and 30 seconds, sometimes longer if it's the middle of the night. So you can see that's just over 60 seconds, I think. So that's pretty good. Our average total response time is just, I can't read it. It's just over 5 minutes, I think. And then our median total response time is about the same. What I can say about that is it's difficult to gather really good response time data in the city because we have a very concentrated area and we have some areas that are very rural. And some of the areas this factors in areas on Fitch Mountain and out Mill Creek in our contract area. So when you're getting an average response time, you're seeing some on the far end and some that are right across the street from the station. So it is what it is. It's just an average response time. But as we do the standards of cover this year, I'm expecting to do a little bit deeper dive into exactly where these calls are and what call type they are and try to identify any gaps in service that we may have and address those. This is just an interesting slide, calls by day of the week. Nothing really surprising here other than there's an uptick on Wednesdays. And this has been the trend for a few years. All I can say to explain that is Wednesday is probably the day that there's the most general activity going on in the city. A lot of holidays fall on Mondays. A lot of people take Fridays off. So, I mean, it's not a lot of calls, but we do run more calls on Wednesdays, and no surprise on the weekends, Friday and Saturday, we run more calls, probably just because of the amount of activity going on and people on the road. And Sunday is our quietest day. This is our call volume by month. January has the highest amount of calls, and I'm going to attribute that mostly to those storm days where we have high winds, power lines down, trees down, flooding. We tend to run a lot of calls when those happen. As you can see from the slide, there's not a lot of difference between the bottom of the graph and the top. I would attribute the May, June, July calls to fire season, and then it kind of tapers off towards the holidays. As far as the dip in September, I think the graph might be a little misleading. I mean, it's maybe one call a day. And looking through the data, I don't really know why. We just had a quiet September for one reason or another. But it kind of gives you a general idea of how it goes throughout the year. So switching gears here a little bit, we're still, of course, on the statewide mutual aid matrix, and we still do respond to strike teams and fires throughout the state. We did 4 this year: the Crystal Fire, the Point Fire, which was the one here, as a matter of fact, the Boise Fire, and then Glen Haven Fire. I know I mention this every year, but it's important that people know all of the costs for equipment and personnel for those responses are reimbursed through Cal OES through a prearranged agreement we have with them. And we do continue to share battalion coverage for what we call Zone 6, which is basically the border of Windsor all the way to the Mendocino County line. It includes the city of Healdsburg, Geyserville, Cloverdale, Knights Valley. And what Battalion 6 is, it's basically a chief officer that's on call 24 hours a day. We share it with them, meaning Healdsburg does it 2 days, Geyserville covers it for 2 days, and Cloverdale covers it for 2 days. That's an arrangement that tends to work pretty well and ensures that there's always a chief officer responding to larger incidents. Talking about the fire service contracts, we do still have the contract with Northern Sonoma County Fire Protection District for Fitch Mountain and for the Dry Creek Sodiomi area. Fitch Mountain includes all of the unincorporated areas on the mountain that are outside the city limits. And some of Fitch Mountain is inside the city limits. It's about 3+ square miles. And last year we ran 61 calls for service in there, which is just a slight uptick from the year before, but pretty normal. Dry Creek Sodiomi is a 65 square miles of unincorporated Sonoma County right adjacent to the city. A lot of where the Wallbridge fire burned. It includes the Dry Creek Valley, Balash Avenue on the other side of the river, all the way up to Rio Lindo, and West Side Road all the way out to Sweetwater Springs. We usually run just over 200 calls a year there in years past, but that's at about 130 calls. Well, it was 130 calls last year. And as I mentioned, that's because in discussions with Chief Turbo, we changed the response matrix a little bit so that Northern Sonoma County Fire is covering more of the non-emergency type calls. The picture on the right is a tree down. This is just to give you an example of the type of call we may run out there, and that would commit our engine for an hour, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours. So what we're doing now is we're letting them take more of those calls in their district so we can stay in the city, and or they come relieve our crews so we can get back and cover the city, and they handle it. That contract goes through June 30th of this year, and you'll likely see a renewal of it. And I don't expect the terms of it to change significantly in the next year, but we haven't negotiated that yet. Next slide, please. This is just a visual of Fitch Mountain. I think there's about 340 homes on Fitch Mountain. As you can see, some of it, I guess it's kind of hidden by the blue, but some of the side of Fitch Mountain is in the city limits. And the next slide. Oh, I think we skipped one. Oh, did we? Oh, there's one missing in there then. Okay, next slide. These are the calls that we have in the contract area year over year. Sodiomi, you can see, went from 228 down to 130, pretty significant. Fitch Mountain up just a little bit, so the total did drop. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to shift gears here and talk about our vegetation management strategy, something that Chief McDonald has been working on since he came on the department and took over from Linda Collister. This work is being done or has been done by a grant from the Coastal Conservancy for almost $1 million to work on the Hillsburg Ridge open space and on Fitch Mountain. So this slide gives you an idea of our overall strategy, and I'll talk about it a little bit. Most of these big fires that we're seeing threatening the city of Hillsburg are coming from the northeast, if you look at the footprint of them. And this is our biggest threat with Fitch Mountain and with the open space and with the area to the east and to the northeast of Hillsburg. So what we've tried to do here is basically create a geographic fire break all along the side of Hillsburg so that if a fire does approach from that area, we have a better chance of stopping it and or fighting it, and it's less threat to the city and structures in it. So we created some calming zones, basically removing the fuels. So as the fire approaches, if it does come into the neighborhoods, it does so with a lot less intensity. It also gives us an ability to make more of a stand. But it also includes shaded fuel breaks and fire fuels reduction. So just to talk about the slide, the yellow on that is the Arundo removal. That's through a different grant, but we're working with the Russian Riverkeeper on that big project. If you look up at the very top, there's kind of a blue and an aqua color. The blue is, these are both grazing, but the blue is sheep and the more aqua color is goats, because sheep don't eat the brush, they like grass, and the goats like the shrubs a little more. All the pins that you see that are dropped on there are burn piles that we've done from the fuels crew doing work in the area and then putting the slash into piles and burning it. If you look at the purple, that's some of the mastication work we've done. So I'll go area by area now if you want to go to the next slide. So this is what we've done on the Hillsburg Ridge. And as I mentioned, there's the grazing with the goats and sheep, and the fuels crews have been out there a little bit too. You can see all of the burn piles we did behind the Parkland Farms area there, creating that calming zone. What we did there is we put the fuels crew in there, limbed up all the trees, cut down all the brush, put it into piles, and burned it to lessen the threat to the back of those neighborhoods. Next slide. This is what we did below the gauntlet and will continue to do. The shaded area are broadcast burns that we've done. You can see one's a little darker on the right side of the screen. That's an area that we burned a couple times now behind the Fitch Mountain Villa Commons. And what we've done is we've prepped the other area to the left of that that's shaded a little lighter to burn next time. The fuels crew has already been in there and done burn piles in there. We haven't done a broadcast burn yet, but we plan to this year. Next slide. And again, that's to protect that neighborhood there if a fire comes over Fitch Mountain and threatens that. So here's a slide of Fitch Mountain itself. The yellow at the very top, the darker yellow, is the Arundo removal we've been doing. The other yellow is where we've had the hand crews in there working. And again, the green, the pins are burn piles that we've put together and burned. The purple is where we've had mastication done all the way up the Fire Road on both sides of the road. And we've also done a lot of repairs on the road so it's more accessible for fire engines. The one thing we haven't done on this slide, but we will be doing through a PG&E grant, is that long straight strip of purple right there. That corresponds with power lines that are overhead. So we'll be getting in there and clearing under those. Next slide. Just a little bit more about our fire prevention division moving on, because we've done a lot in fire prevention in the last couple of years. It's kind of been a focus, and we've had a big turnover of our staff there, which I'll talk about in a second. But if you've read your packet, we did complete 100% of our state mandated SB 1205 inspections. We just talked about our ongoing wildfire mitigation efforts on the open space in Fitch Mountain. We do investigate, just so you know, every fire within the city limits we investigate. And with the help of Healdsburg PD, we actually did make 2 arson arrests in the last, I don't know, 18 or 24 months, which is not always easy to do. We continue to do our annual weed abatement program. And of course, because of all the development in the city, we do, as it mentioned, hundreds of fire code inspections and plan reviews. And that's the responsibility of Lance McDonald, our fire marshal, and our 2 fire inspectors. Through all that, we continue to do CPR training for the community in English and in Spanish, and we've done over 100 community members. We've trained over 100 community members. The biggest thing for us is in the last year with Measure H and the support of council and staff, we hired a second fire inspector, which I'll talk about here on the next slide. As I mentioned, our whole fire prevention division has turned over in the last couple of years. So next slide. So we have 2 new fire inspectors. I think you've met both of them at their badge pinnings. Robert Morris, who replaced our longtime fire inspector, Ruben Mandajano. He does a lot of our building inspections and a lot of the plan reviews. And Hailey Duffy, who you met not too long ago. Hailey's been focused lately on doing fire inspections in the downtown businesses, which quite frankly is something we've had a hard time getting to, especially since COVID. We just haven't had the capacity to do yearly inspections on all the businesses downtown. So Fire Inspector Duffy is focused on that right now. And as we move forward, both of these gentlemen will be transitioning into doing other things like vegetation management and Coupa, things like that. Next slide, please. And one of my, as I always mention, one of my favorite things about this fire department is how engaged we are with the community. And these are just some of the things that we do and often see many of you at. We work closely with all the COPE groups in town. We've had 2 high school interns this year, which is always fun. Firefighters Furry Friends, where we work with the animal shelter to do adoptions on social media. We haven't done too much of that lately, but when we do, it's a huge success. I think every pet that we've kind of put out there to be adopted has been adopted. My personal favorite is the puppy parade, where I get to be a judge, always a joy. We do the toy drive, of course, the bucket brigade, which I see a lot of people, staff and council at, which is a lot of fun. The St. Patrick's Day parade, and of course the FFA parade. Those are just to name a few. Next slide, please. We continue to partner, of course, with all the other agencies in the county, not only our neighboring agencies, but the Santa Rosa Junior College Fire Academy, the Public Safety Training Center. We have a number of people that participate actively in that are our instructors and/or evaluators. We have a number of people on the fire investigation task force for the county. And of course, we work closely with these agencies on prescribed burns, not only in our area, but sometimes in other parts of the county too. Next slide. Okay, moving on to the exciting things that are kind of coming down the pipe for 2025. As you're all aware, because you were at the ribbon cutting, our new fire station is complete. The project will be coming to council for acceptance on May 5th. After that, we'll be kind of finishing with the fit and finish of it, furnishing it, getting it outfitted for staffing, moving some equipment up there. And at that point, which will be fairly soon, it'll be ready to be upstaffed during high fire danger days and red flag warnings, which, as you may recall, was one of the main goals of the station to begin with. It's also available for training and community events, and potentially future, hopefully staffing in the future, which once we figure out how we're going to utilize the revenue from Measure H, which I'll talk about in a minute here. Next slide. So just to touch on Measure H, because this is a big deal for us. It was, as you know, it was passed by the voters in March of 2024. It's a 1/2 cent countywide sales tax estimated to generate 60 to 65 million countywide. The city of Healdsburg receives 2.51%, roughly 1.5 million. We did receive our first disbursement on, I think, March 10th. This is to be spent on enhanced fire services, including prevention, preparedness, emergency response, and vegetation management, as well as recruitment and retention of local firefighters, updates to essential equipment and facilities. It is managed and overseen by the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association and does have an independent oversight committee that we will be reporting to yearly with our spending and our planned spending. Impacts include staffing, equipment, vegetation management, and other countywide benefits. For example, it is paying our dispatch fees through Redcom now. And they're in the process of putting together a countywide vegetation management crew, which we can use for projects within the city of Healdsburg. Next slide, please. So talking about Measure H and next steps for the fire department. I think you're all aware of this because it's in your packet. We have a contract on the agenda tonight with AP Triton as a consultant for a standards of cover, community risk assessment, and strategic plan for the fire department. This will be our planning document and goals for the future. One of the things I hope to get out of this is not only the data on our current responses and our response matrix and where the gaps in service are, but how we can best utilize Measure H revenue for the different things listed, including staffing and including staffing the station on the north. But as I mentioned, we've only had one disbursement so far, and it goes quickly. But one of the things we're hoping to do is come up with a plan from the standards of cover. The community risk assessment, we've already come a long way down on the road on that item with our community wildfire protection plan, of course, and our hazard mitigation plan. But this will all be folded into kind of a larger plan that will include a strategic plan for the fire department and goal setting for the fire department alone. Of course, these will be in alignment with the city council goals, but be a little more granular for the fire department and the things that we want to accomplish in the future as a department. But it is worth noting that there will be at least one community survey that'll probably be done on paper and online to solicit feedback from the community on how they feel about the fire department and our response. And that will, of course, be taken into consideration in our planning. But the goal from this is to basically come up with a roadmap for what we're going to do for the next 1 to 5 years, especially when it comes to utilizing Measure H revenue for fire prevention and staffing. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. On this slide, you see, I just wanted to let you guys know what you're looking at here is a couple of handwritten notes to the fire department, letters. I get these often, and I wanted you guys as a council to see them because your community really supports the fire department here. And I love coming in my office in the morning, going through my mail and finding a handwritten note in cursive talking about what a great job our crews did on a particular incident. We have a bulletin board at the firehouse where I put all these up if you're ever by there and you want to look at them. But I just wanted to let you know that I feel, and the community, that I feel the support from them. I think the staff does too. So that concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. That is very impressive, and I know I always feel safer when I hear about how you're doing. Does the council have any questions for the chief? No, I guess
None?
not.
Okay.
No. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your time tonight.
Yeah. Okay, so now we'll skip everything to go down to the public hearing section. No. So City Manager Kay?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So this is as I mentioned before that item, this is a time-specific public hearing. So we'll begin this item. And as the council's aware, this is the 5th public hearing for the process of transitioning to district elections. As you've heard us say many, many times, the law requires 5 public hearings, and we're here for public hearing number 5. So we are approaching the finish line. You'll also be pleased perhaps to hear that we have a very short staff presentation at this point. I'm not suggesting that the council process is easy, but Paul Mitchell from Redistricting Partners to walk you through where we are and what's before you tonight. I'm just going to make a point that I think he will reemphasize, which is that we have direction from the last public hearing to bring back an ordinance based on one of the draft maps that was prepared. We have structured the item this evening so that the council can consider that map and make a determination on that map, should you choose to do so, and should there be a motion to approve that map, which is draft A. We will then pivot to a discussion of the sequencing of those elections and some of the complexities about the order of which district goes when. But we really do want to put a firewall between those two conversations. As you well know, and as you've adhered to throughout this process, you don't want to think about where people live and incumbency as you select the map. And I know the council's taken that seriously. We can consider that once a map is selected and it's time to think about the order. So that's why we really want to bifurcate those two issues. So you'll hear that a few times tonight, and we'll try to help you through that process. But again, the first order of business for the council is to review that map and let us know if you do indeed want to move forward with that map. So with that, I'll turn it over to Paul Mitchell, and we'll be happy to take questions.
There we go. Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here again. It's been a long process. Lots of hearings that we've gone through and discussed a lot of the things I'm going to discuss tonight. One overarching thing is that if anybody is watching this online and I say something and they're like, what's that term mean? There have been hearings going back to the first one where we talked for upwards of an hour or more about how the process works. And a lot of that information is still online. In fact, all the information from all of these hearings, all the maps, everything we've discussed, is all going to be online on the city's website for 10 years as a part of the state law. So I'm going to go over real quickly the hearing schedule, the process, go over the public maps, and then the potential final map. And then the last thing is the vote on a map and sequencing. So as I mentioned, we've had a number of meetings. It's required that you have 5 hearings, and you had those 5 hearings plus 1 additional public outreach hearing, and we're right here on the last hearing. The rules for redistricting are outlined by the state's Fair Maps Act, and the state's Fair Maps Act has process rules and criteria rules for the creations of districts. So the process rules are, everything has to be done in public sessions, and it has to be on the website, and all the rules for public input. The criteria rules are these here, that districts need to be relatively equal sized, they need to be contiguous, we need to maintain communities of interest, and we've had a lot of really great discussions here about the communities of interest. They need to be easily identifiable and understandable lines, districts that when somebody who is a resident here looks at them says, oh, okay, this makes sense. And then we want districts to be compact. Compactness in the state law is a little different than we think of when we think of like a shape being compact. Compactness in the state law has to do with nearby populations being drawn in together. And under the state law, a district is not compact if it avoids a bunch of nearby populations to go get some faraway population. We had one new public map submitted, and just to review it for a second, this was named Update Map A, but the minute I saw it, I said, that's Map D. So somebody did an update of Map D and put it into the website, so it's a slight change. And if you wanted to look at that more closely, we could, but for right now, it is on the website and people can look at it in more detail if they want to. The potential final map, the one that you asked to be brought forward to this hearing tonight, is Draft A. And one of the great ways that this process works is that this map, as a result of being the one that you uplifted for this final hearing, has been out there in the public space. The public knows this is the map that you're considering. It's been on the website as your potential draft map for more than 7 days. And it has been one of, obviously, the first ones that we considered, the first set of 3 maps that we looked at. It has a total population deviation of 8.1%, meaning that the largest district and smallest district are within 8.1% of each other. It, as we discussed at the 3rd hearing when we first introduced this map, it creates compact northern and southern districts. And then the western district keeps together a like set of community around renters, age, income levels, and increases the Latino citizen voting age population. I'll go to this, sorry. I thought I have a zoom of it later, I think. But that district on the west side is 36% Latino citizen voting age population, which is the highest share of Latino voting age population that we saw in any of the plans. If you were to take action tonight, you would do so, as was mentioned by the city manager, in 2 steps. You would select the final map to be placed in the ordinance, and then you would go into a discussion of sequencing of elections. And the way that we've done sequencing from this entire process, from that map hearing on the 3rd hearing until now, is to suggest that you have even districts up in 2026, so 2 and 4 up in 2026, and odd districts up in 2028, so 1, 3, and 5. And that's the way it's done for the county supervisors, City of Santa Rosa, the community college district. It's not a requirement that you do it that way. It's just the most common way that it's done, and it's the way the counties generally like to see it done. If you were to say, we want to change the sequencing, the best way to do it is to look at the map and say, I want to make the green district odd, and I want to make the purple district odd, or whatever, and move the numbers around on the map rather than anything else. So that's the best way to do it. And then you keep to that idea of the even districts being in 2026, the odd districts in 2028. There are a couple other subtle things about sequencing. One is that if the community does express an interest, that needs to be something that you consider in the process. And generally, the most common public input around a numbering sequencing issue has to do with whatever district is identified as being the district that is kind of meeting the goals of the California Voting Rights Act, namely giving opportunity to people who might not have had an opportunity to get elected before, whether it's a part of town that never elects anybody, like a classic case was the city of Woodland used to say that nobody south of Main Street ever runs for office. Well, the argument from the community could be, hey, that area south of Main Street, we want that election to come up as soon as possible, because we've never elected anybody from there. Another way that it's often expressed, going the opposite direction, is that oftentimes, say, a Latino community that is traditionally lower turnout will say, hey, our turnout in the presidential elections is about 10 points higher than it is in a gubernatorial election. So if we're going to have a district that's predominantly Latino, we think our voting power will be enhanced if that election is set to be concurrent with the presidential election, so 2028. So you could have almost two different sides to that argument, but those are things that the community members might come forward and discuss. I haven't heard specific community requests in this instance, but those are the kind of things to think about when you're looking at the sequencing. This plan, as I mentioned, is the 8.1% total plan deviation. And like I mentioned before, it was from memory, but it was correct that district number 3 is 36% Latino citizen voting age population. So in adopting this map, you would then, as the second action, confirm what the numbering and sequencing would be of those elections. And as was mentioned by the city manager, we have drawn these plans without any discussion or knowledge of where incumbents live or candidates. That's actually the law, is that you can't consider the residence of an incumbent or a potential candidate. And in doing so, we've held to the Fair Maps Act to get to the point of adopting the map. Once the map has been adopted, there is a kind of reality check of, okay, we know potentially, or you know, or the city manager or staff knows where incumbents live when their elections are up. Let's not just go and willy-nilly assign these districts in a way where, you know, somebody's seat they're up for election in 2026 and you just make it 2028 for no reason. So you can go ahead and look at that process. If there is a problem in finally trying to figure that out, there have been different approaches. We did have one city of San Mateo, that got to that part of the process. They couldn't determine where that last district was going to be numbered, odd or even. And so the city manager in this case went out to his car, found a quarter, came back, flipped a coin, and they flipped a coin to decide what the order was going to be of those elections. Worst case scenario I've seen is, I have seen an agency that couldn't figure out the sequencing of an election, and a court had to intervene and tell them to pull the numbers out of a hat. So we literally had to fold up little pieces of paper and have them pull the numbers out of the hat. So there are ways to get through any kind of blockade at the end, but hopefully this will not get to that point. And then with this, this is language, I think, from your report from the city manager. The introduction of this measure and the waiving, this is a lot of the technical stuff that I don't generally have to deal with. So I'll let the city manager speak to this if he needs to. I think that's the end of it. If you have any questions.
Yes, Councilmember, sorry, before that, city manager, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, just to wrap up, we promised a short presentation. This is obviously a public hearing, so if the council has clarifying questions at this point, I'll wrap up where I started, which is we urge you to start with the selection of the map issue, not questions about the sequencing, but if there are clarifying questions on the map process, by all means, and then at the mayor's discretion, you can open the public hearing and we'll take that comment and then deliberations.
Okay. Did you have a clarifying question?
Yeah, what were the last 3 digits of the map that was submitted since the last meeting that we can consider?
It is 290505. It is one that if you did want to make this a map that you considered a future hearing as your final map, I think that would be totally appropriate. Well, I would not recommend adopting this map because it isn't the one that at the last hearing you elevated and said, this is, you know, the map we're going to consider as a potential final draft map. But this is essentially map plan D with some small adjustments. And if we needed to, we could dive into that and look at what those changes were.
So I'm curious, what was the purpose of leaving the process for the public to submit a map?
We do not close door on the public submitting a map. If the public wanted to submit a map right now, they could. The fact is that if somebody submitted a map 7 days ago, and it was the most brilliant map and changed all of your minds as to the way that you envisioned this process, then you could still say we're going to not adopt map plan A, and this new map is what we're going to consider and put it off to the next hearing and have a hearing in the future. We generally allow members of the public to continue to submit maps up until you guys pass the final ordinance.
And then what were the other two maps that were submitted? Why are they not mentioned? I see 290191, 290188.
Those must have been submitted after the
Those were
7-day
actually
deadline.
during the public hearing as part of Paul's work with you on mapping, so they were not public submittals, though they are part of the record.
They were kind of our working
So
map.
the first one was a public submittal.
This one is a public submittal, yeah.
Any other questions? So let's go ahead and open this up, public hearing. Public comment, please come forward if you have comments.
Good evening, Mayor Mitchell, Vice Mayor Herod, and council members. Good evening. I'm Jonathan Perlman. This districting exercise has been a very educational civic process that has allowed us to look at our community through a very detailed lens. Breaking the city into districts, a grouping of neighborhoods, and looking at communities of interest allows us to hone in on what the important aspects and issues of each district may be, and how to identify the kind of representation that we want and will have as we move into the future. I still believe that the fundamental premise of districting for such a small town is fundamentally flawed, but so be it. As we've discussed many times in the last 4 hearings, is that the 5 council members, each representing one district, the city council will likely function in much the same way as it does now and has for decades. To move any ideas, solutions, or projects forward will still require the minimum of 3 council members agreeing and collaborating to reach goals. While there has been much discussion of whether there should be 4, 5, 6, or 7 districts, a rotating or elected mayor, changing the basic structure of the government here will likely make little difference as long as our elected representatives are committed to doing their best for Healdsburg, as this council has been doing. As we look at what appears to be the final map tonight, it is actually pretty remarkable to me that from about 80 options, we've arrived at one map that most people can agree on. This discussion about communities of interest has served to unite some neighborhoods, such as the Fitch Mountain Villas or the neighborhoods that are along the river, but has failed to unite areas that are related, like the 2 sides of Healdsburg Avenue, from the roundabout up to March Avenue, and the historic Matheson Street neighborhood, and most importantly, the downtown business core. I suppose the question is, will it matter if I have different representation on the council from my neighbor across the street, which I will, because I live on one of those boundary lines. In most cases, it probably will make little difference. For the plaza and the downtown businesses, which is probably the most significant community of interest in Healdsburg, it may make a difference. But yet, as Mr. Kay has suggested, having 3 districts and 3 representatives of downtown could serve to foster collaboration of the council members and offer these voters and business owners a broad representation rather than just having one representative. So this is probably the best solution. I was quite amazed at the civic participation that led to the creation of so many maps. That said, however, it's been a little disappointing to me that there's been so little civic engagement since then. Ultimately, we will have ample time to examine the results of this exercise. We'll have 3 elections in the next 5.5 years, and then with the 2030 census, a chance to re-examine the districts and their constituencies. In civic life, this is really a blink of an eye, given the 175-year history of our town. So I really want to thank the council and staff for wrestling with what seems to be a Herculean task and managing to guide us through this process and the many hurdles that were presented. So basically, the future beckons. So thank you for your hard work, and I think we've gotten to a really good spot in this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for always being here. Anyone else wish to speak on this topic? Welcome.
Good evening. I just want to say that I approve of map A. I've had my home up here 10 years, and the Southern District really hasn't had anybody that's lived there that actually represented them. So I'm looking forward to having representation for the Southern District by somebody that actually lives there. Right now, none of you live below North Street, so I there's been a lot of decisions made about the Southern District, the train station, the homeless shelter, the homeless camps. We really haven't had the input that I would have liked, or I didn't think that we were heard as much as we could have been. So I'm really looking forward to approving MAP A and having a representative from the Southern District actually representing the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone. I'm going to close the public hearing related to the map. And I'm also going to take the prerogative of being mayor and jumping in and speaking first tonight. So forgive me for that, but I really feel it's important to express my concern about MAP A. I have been pretty vocal of it last time that I didn't like a number of the things that it was doing. And so I'm hoping I can convince 2 council members to agree to look back at MAP D, which we had all been very excited about and worked on, and community members started that map. So I'm hoping that I could get 2 people to agree to reconsider that map. To just talk a little bit about why I don't like MAP A, I tried to do it last meeting, but I was kind of caught off guard a little bit that we had been pivoted to that because we had all been pretty clear we liked MAP D. And so one of the biggest problems I have with it is that bulb out of March Avenue to get to, which seems it seems like it's a gerrymandering process to go all the way from Healdsburg Avenue to University on that part of March Avenue, which is not part of the Grove Street area. Just simply that community is not. And it continues to bother me. I think that it would not be the proper representation for that community, which, oh, by the way, I live in. So, and I can say, we talked a lot about the fact that we all know our own neighborhoods better than anyone else. And I think that's true of this one. I run through that neighborhood every day. I see city manager every day. I see all of my neighbors along March Avenue every day. I would never to go all the way across Healdsburg Avenue, across the railroad tracks to Grove Street. It's such a huge disconnect for that area. And I think beyond the high Latino population, which that creates, I think the communities also are important, and that I don't think that group, that area would consider themselves part of the Grove Street community. So I really have an issue with that. I think I think it was Councilmember Kelly stated that we know our own neighborhoods better than anyone else. And so I think that that's an important thing to pay attention to. Also, we talked about the bulb out the Matheson Street, that's broken up as well. And that's definitely a historic district. It's a community of interest. I don't understand why we've split that. You could look at the map, but let me finish. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do you want to pull up map A? So I kind of debated with myself whether I should talk about why I like map D so much first versus why I don't like map A. So we could see both, but I decided that just to tell you why I think map A is a problem. And we did hear from residents on Matheson that they were concerned about the community of interest. In fact, that evening there was a gentleman here who was upset because the planning commission allowing a house to be torn down there, and it's their historic community and whatnot, and it just didn't seem right. So I think that we need to respect that. And when we were talking, okay, so this is map A, and the bulb out, or I call it a bulb out, I don't know what you would call it, but that little part that goes all the way across on March, just doesn't make any sense to me. And it's not part of that neighborhood. It does, however, create a large Latino population, voting population, but without it, we still have in map D a Latino district of roughly 30%. So we still get that as with map D. So the other thing so the Matheson breaking up that district, March Avenue breaking up that, I mean, that's a long way, all the way from Healdsburg Avenue to University. It's a long drive, and there's a lot of houses, there's a lot of people in that area that would not consider themselves, I'm suspecting, members of the Grove Street community. And, you think about where would you have a community meeting if it looked like that? Would it be at the high school, or would it be, I don't know, just it's a disconnect. So I also, let's see. So the other part I have a problem with is in the second district there, where it goes all the way from, I think, Sunnyvale Drive down to Matheson. So it goes the entire north to south of the city of Healdsburg. When you think about the way the city was built, it went south-north, right? And so the area downtown, the homes are older, they've got infrastructure differences, they've got neighborhood differences, versus where, say I live in the Foss Creek, Fitchcrest Mountain Villas, they were built in the 80s, all the utilities are undergrounded, the infrastructure is newer. So I think the communities of interest it doesn't make sense. It's just too broad of a swath there. And so those are my concerns about map A. I was really struck by the fact that the council on map D at that time was like, this is great. Councilmember Kelly said, this is a great map. Thanks, Vice Mayor, for bringing it up. We were all just pretty excited about it at that moment. And we tweaked it. We worked with it on the south area and that long piece that we were concerned about. I think we addressed it. And so for those reasons, I'm hoping, I hope I've made myself fairly clear tonight compared to last time. But I'm hoping I could get 2 council members to reconsider map D and not go with map A. And so let me make sure I've said everything I wanted to say. So we don't have to choose map A tonight. We can instruct staff to look at a different map if we choose to, if we can get 3 council members to do that. And then we would be fine to move it to the next meeting. We would show the public that map for the 2 weeks and then move it on to the next meeting. So that's my plea. Is there anyone who would like to speak on that? Ron?
Yeah, I actually met with the Mulvaney's who are on Matheson Street, and they're very concerned about the historic district being together. And I think that they are looking at that whole district for changes that are happening, the number of houses, the way it went through the Planning Commission. So I met with 4 at the Mulvaney's house with 3 of their neighbors on that item. For me, going back and looking at this map and reading general public comments, I still wander on to Nextdoor and all the Facebook groups and hearing. And for me, I don't feel comfortable assigning 3 districts of interest to the downtown area. I don't want to be, perception is a lot. And I don't want people saying, well, they gave it away to the business community. We didn't care that they have 3 districts now as opposed to 2 for the rest of the city. That is a concern I have. That is really important in the historic districts. Those are when I went back and looked at the meeting, looked at the maps, had this meeting on Matheson Street is where I'm at. So I could support you.
So you're supporting, you would be willing to support map D?
Yes.
Okay. And one thing I didn't mention is that my problem with map A is enough that I can say that I will not vote for it. So, I want to make that pretty clear. Anybody wish to speak?
I just had a question about, since I can't really see the part of Matheson, I mean, it's in front of us, but it's very small, about cutting the historic district in half. Is the issue with Matheson that some of Matheson's in one district and some of Matheson is in another district, or is it that we've cut it in half so the north side of Matheson is in one district and the south side of Matheson is in the other district? I'm trying to find map A on the districtor site, but I just see map A2 fixed, map A2, update map A, which apparently is not actually update map A because it looks like map D. So I'm trying to find the right one so I can zoom in.
Yeah, my concern is that it broke it up, Matheson itself, but I do think both sides of Matheson is a potential problem as well, but we did not address that with either of these maps. I don't think we addressed it with map D either. But I think it's something we need to try to do and respect because, I mean, we don't have that many clear historic districts, clear communities of interest defined in that way. So
this map we're looking at is A.
That's
It keeps it in 2 districts instead of 3 districts, the historical district.
Sorry, which map are we looking at? A. So the north side of Matheson is in the yellow district and the south side of Matheson is in the purple district. And there's a little bit of Matheson in the blue district next to the plaza. Is that right?
yeah, so it's in 3.
And then for map D, it puts all of Matheson in one district, but it does cut Tucker in half. It does the same thing on Tucker, basically. The north half of Tucker is in one district and the southern side of Tucker is in a different district.
Tucker's not in the historical district.
Don't tell the people on Tucker Street that.
Not an official
I'm looking
one.
at the official historical district map that we have for the city.
Yeah, I mean, just knowing, I totally respect that for a street like Matheson or otherwise, like it's tricky that when people come to you and say, I have this issue, whatever, you're gonna have to say, do you live on the north side of the street or the south side of the street? Not that we wouldn't care about the issue either way. I think because of the way that historic preservation works and historic districts work, they have a lot more protection over some of their land use issues than, say, someone who doesn't live in a historic district. So while I think it makes sense to want to keep it together, I also wonder if we could shift the boundary to, what's the name of the alley? Is it alley 1? I forget the way the numbering convention works for the alleys, but you could just include the parcels if it's in the same census block. You can't cut it.
So this is draft plan A and you're talking about taking like this right here?
No.
Let me just go back to this.
Mayor Mitchell, the concern about Matheson, how much is it about the fact that there's the blue district, or the turquoise that's there, versus the fact that we use that line as the delineator?
Yeah, I think it's twofold. It's the blue area, but you're raising a good point that, I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about making sure we got both sides of Healdsburg Avenue and figured out we couldn't do it. And maybe it didn't even make sense at some level because of the way Healdsburg Avenue is there's a lot of businesses on one side and housing on the other, but Matheson is all houses, right? So it seems like we could make that effort to keep both sides. I don't know why we have it the way it is. I don't know why that bulb out is there or that blue part is there. Is that because of population?
It would be 73 people.
And I realize, of course, that no map will be perfect. But to me, this one is more imperfect than D. Yes, please, go ahead.
A couple of thoughts. I appreciate your input. And I heard you last time as well, kind of sharing some of the sentiments. Generally, I'm looking at this from the macro perspective, not going way down. And I don't have an issue using Matheson as a divider between north and south or separating districts, just because it's kind of a main thoroughfare. Same with Healdsburg Avenue. I kind of struggled with, okay, we need to have representation on both sides. They're kind of tied together. And I gave the example of, campaigning during Measure O and talking to people on one side, or they're going to be looking at that. So those are really good points. But at the end of the day, after looking at what we came up with, I don't really have an issue with the Healdsburg Avenue line, the Matheson line. To me, we keep hearing this comment like we only have one representative, per district, and that's not true. Your district elects one representative, but you have 5 representatives. All 5 of us represent all of the city, and even if we're coming from different districts, if you don't like the person that's in your district, you got 4 other council members you can go talk to, and we get emails from everybody. We listen to everybody. We represent everybody. So to me, some of the minutia about going into, well, we need to keep this, both sides of Matheson or this particular street on both sides, to me isn't, yes, it's important, but it doesn't quite get elevated to that point, because I don't really, to me, if there's a representative in that lime green area and a different one down below, I mean, have a meeting with both district representatives, but you still, like everybody does, they'll reach out to all of us and try to share their feedback to all of us. That's one comment just on that. So I'm not bothered about Matheson Street being used as kind of a delineator from north to south. And I think I expressed this in the last meeting. The big thing for me was I just had an issue with the long, connecting strip on the west side that went all the way from Grove Street to, south of Giorgio's. And to me, that just seemed a lot. And I liked that this map had the southern section kind of, that's an area that, at least as long as I've been on council, hasn't really had anybody from that area. I did like a quick little, just while I'm on council. So using these districts, there were 2 people in 5, 2 people from District 3, 4 people from District 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people from District 2, and nobody from District 1 on this proposed map A. So to me, that's kind of where I was coming from with kind of keeping that area with the SMART train area as a focal point. And I think it's important that we don't try to segregate out, oh, this historic district from, the Rivers Bend area or some others. I think it is important to have that diversity of representation within a district. So that's just my opinion. I appreciate where you're coming from. The other comment I had on District 3 about March Avenue, part of the reason I didn't have an issue with that is there's multifamily housing there, a lot of fourplexes and things like that, but also some, slightly like medium-sized that tie in well with the multifamily that's along Grove Street. So I think that kind of ties them together. Maybe not, how different paths that we go to work or we run or whatever. However, there is commonality there. And I think, there's, a lot of places you could have meetings, whether it's at the skate park or, some of the other areas along that district that you are pulling from, the wide area. And I mean, even looking at District 5, you got Parkland Farms to Chiquita. I mean, there's like a pretty wide range. So I think I'm comfortable with map A. I absolutely appreciate your comments and, where your thought process is. I think District 2 is rather large, but I mean, we're really looking at 3 election cycles before we have to, presumably a brand new council at that point. It'll be 3 election cycles. All, the final one will be in 2030 will be a fully districted council that will then be revisiting these. So, you know, do we make, I don't want to say a mistake, but is there something where, oh, maybe this line should have been here? Or, I mean, I would be comfortable with, you know, if there are lessons learned from this process that future councils can then take into account and make better decisions than we are or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure that there will be lessons learned. Let me just respond to a couple of things here. You know, you say in one case, it doesn't really matter who your district council member is, whether you're on the north or, you know, north or south of Matheson. And then on the other hand, you say it's important to have representation in a certain area. So it feels inconsistent with that. Like sometimes it's okay and sometimes it isn't. And yes, I think the council, I hope, will function like we do, you know, representing an entire city. But I think when you're just talking about specific issues related to communities of interest, I think it's really important to have those communities be together. And I don't agree that just because there's fourplexes on March Avenue that they relate to Grove Street. It makes no sense to me. They're completely different areas. And you have to go all the way across, you know, Healdsburg Avenue, and you just picture that area. It's in its own area, and so yeah. Anyway, I want to
Just to clarify, what I mean is the district, you have one person that you're electing, but, you know, we all represent everybody. So going back to whether, you know, the district splits one street and you have a different district across the street, to me is not that big of a deal, because at the end of the day, you know, the southern side might elect one person, the north side might elect another, but they all represent everybody.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. If you remember, when we were looking at map A and map D, I did have some concerns with map A that I tried to articulate, and I think the mayor's done a pretty good job of doing that in terms of this March Avenue piece. And I you know, I asked our partners if, you know, in fact, this was, you know, this kind of shape was allowed. And, you know, if it was, you know, a gerrymandery type of action to create a district like this. And they said it wasn't, and I accepted that. But to be honest with you, I never really felt that in my bones, and I still feel like the map D doesn't have that issue. And so, you know, I think there's some importance to that. I think that map A, I approved it because I think it did achieve a number of goals, but I also believe that we kind of pushed too far in our efforts to have 3 district representatives for the downtown area, where probably 2 is fine. And maybe that issue is overblown in general. Anyway, I think there is something to it, but I think maybe we've gone a little too far with that, and that's kind of pushed us to accept a map that's got some, you know, troubling features. So I appreciate the opportunity to revisit this, and you know, I think what I'd like to see map D, by the way, at some point here soon. Just we haven't really had a chance to lay eyes on it again, but it has an east-west orientation, which I think really does create more cohesion across the city than this one, which in a lot of cases, I mean, especially on the east side, has a strong north-south orientation. And I think, you know, neither of them are perfect in that regard, but that this one, I think, does, as the mayor mentioned, hold together certain qualities within neighborhoods better than the other one does.
Can I ask a clarifying?
the downtown interests and the 3 council members. Can you try to maybe approach it differently and explain what you were trying to say, just so I can understand?
What I'm going to come out and just flat out say is that I would feel better if the 3 was community-based and 2 business-based, as opposed to 3 touching the downtown business district and 2 community-based districts.
Okay, let me just ask a very blunt question, because I think whatever you're trying to say is just, for some reason, it's going over my head. Is the concern that if we have 3 separate districts that touch a corner of downtown, that then those council members will be perceived as the business council members?
Yeah, I'll be blunt. I mean, it's very easy to raise small donations from residents because that is people who are aware of politics. It's much easier to raise funds in the business district, in a downtown area. And I want to keep perception very clear, that is not going to be to give three councilmen that advantage that the other 2 council members would not have. I would much rather spread and dilute that pool throughout the community as opposed to concentrating it in 3 districts that touch downtown.
I've completely never thought about it that way, so it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think go ahead.
I thought about it because when I mentioned last week that when you are a new or minority candidate, you don't have the deep pocket friendships of fundraising. So you have to look at different places to get funds. So that's how I'm looking at this and bringing that. I wanted to keep it, have 3 organic districts and work and develop those over the years. And I just feel really strongly about it and thought about this a lot. Thought about it a lot and talked to other community members about it. And it's where I feel on this is very strongly.
Can I just ask, Vice Mayor, are you saying you're willing to revisit map D?
I am.
Okay, so we've got 3 people who want to revisit map D. Can I get more?
So the plan would then be to continue this item and bring back a different map at a future meeting? Is that accurate?
Yes, and maybe City Manager Kay can talk about that process.
Sure. Certainly I don't want to shortchange the conversation prematurely. With that said, if obviously you have an ordinance before you tonight, and if the council wanted to make a motion on map A, you could. Alternatively, as has been suggested, we would look for direction, I think in the form of a motion, since we structured the selection of the map as a motion. If the council gave us direction to bring back an ordinance with map D, we could do that. If so, we strongly recommend that in order to give the public time to know that that's the map under consideration, we would take that direction and bring that back I think we could do that at the very next city council meeting.
And from a timing perspective, legally, we'd be fine?
Just barely. Yeah, we checked and we think we'd be okay. If it went further, if the council needed more time to consider additional maps, we'd want to request some additional time. But if the council's comfortable giving that direction tonight, we could bring it back at the next meeting.
Any comment?
Yeah, so I wanted to just mention, I think for the sake of public concern, there's really strict rules under the Levine Act around council members not being able to vote on projects from any donors. If someone gives a council member money, you have to recuse yourself for 12 months on anything that has to do with a particular individual's project or permit. So, I think just to put it to rest that that's not necessarily, I think, what's driving, this process. I think when we started talking about carving up downtown and making sure there wasn't one council member that had all of downtown and the plaza in their district, I think what we've seen historically, and when we've had other council members on who owned businesses downtown and maybe lived elsewhere, because most people don't, live downtown where they work or own a business, that council member would have to recuse themselves on pretty much all votes that had to do with downtown. And so having an additional council member or 2 that also had part of that district part of that area in their district, I think would help to ensured that there were multiple voices representing, properties or projects downtown. Like tonight, we're going to be talking about parklets, and should there be multiple perspectives on that issue, which I imagine there will be, having multiple council members who kind of look at it from different angles within their districts. I think that was generally the idea behind that. I think with respect to looking at A versus D, I think that there's really good pros and cons to both of these. I mean, I think to the point of the commenter and Councilmember Hagley about having in draft D, you have a district that runs basically from Chiquita at the north end of the community center, where Grove Street intersects with Healdsburg Avenue north of the community center, all the way down to the river, to the bridge. That's a very long, skinny district. It also includes the depot, future smart station site. And so you wouldn't have a separate district for the southern end of the city. You would have that entire, very long, skinny western district, which I think is contiguous or adjacent to the railroad tracks. So it makes sense from a mapping perspective. It's not necessarily gerrymandered, but it is a very diverse district that spans, from the north end of the community center, includes a huge part of the industrial area along Grove and all of those homes and apartments. It also includes the plaza, and it includes the depot site, and it includes the area, south to the river, to the bridge, in the Presidential Circle neighborhood. So, and it includes the roundabout and kind of a part of that neighborhood. So I think that there's good aspects and bad aspects of both A and D, and I don't know if there's an appetite or an interest to kind of try to fix some of the challenges to make a better version that encompasses both of those things. I think in a lot of districting processes, I've seen people get more into the weeds with being like, here's what I like about this one, here's what I don't like about this one. I think that what's good about A, as it relates to a lot of the part of the city that touches Fitch Mountain, that has higher elevation, that has high fire danger, that those are all encompassed in District 2, where in Map D, those are chopped up. So we have some of that issue in District 4 and some in 3, and Powell Avenue is like the delineator there. So I think while I don't see, March Avenue being cut out and attached to the Grove Street neighborhood in Map D, but I do think we're kind of making some similar, flip side, some cuts that don't necessarily keep other communities of interest together, especially those kind of going up Powell on both the north and south side of Powell Avenue. So, and then we lose the south district, the southern district. They no longer have a separate, line there. So, but in District 2, in Map D, we have all of the area south of the bridge in a district with like the Rivers Bend area and Matheson. So that's kind of an interesting, district, I think, just that it has a lot of downtown, a lot of Matheson, and then the whole South Entry area that's completely undeveloped. So I'm not sure I like, if we're going back to the drawing board, I'm not sure either of these, necessarily are perfect. But I do hear the concerns and what everybody's raising about either. So I don't know if we want to talk about reopening and discussing moving the lines on D, since it sounds like there's 3 council members who don't want to go with A. But I do think there has been a desire to have a southern district. We've heard it multiple times, and we kind of lose that with Map D.
Ron, do you have something to say?
I'm looking at Map D, and I go, when I leave and come through Healdsburg, I come through that southern district across the bridge, and that, standing out in that corner, seeing where people come and go, that is a area of interest. Just looking at it, it makes sense to have that, particularly when there be, we've got the new apartments going on the corner, and then when that southern area is developed, that is going to be a major traffic area going across the bridge, and that will have somebody that will be there and witness it on a daily basis.
So the apartments that you just mentioned are in District 1, but the south of the bridge is in District 2 because it cuts at the river.
Which map are you looking at? A or D?
D.
We did spend, I went back and looked at all of our meetings on these, but we did spend a fair amount of time changing the long piece to put more into the southern area. And I'm not sure at this point exactly what we did to make those changes, that we were all then like, oh, okay, that really fixes that problem.
I think what we did was originally in map, I'm not going to call it map D because I think map D came from a different letter, but it was that western Grove Street, district. It went all the way across the bridge to the southern tip of town. We said, let's not do all the way. Let's put part of the South Entry area. Let's put the South Entry area into the district that encompasses the river area. So it's like Rivers Bend, some of Matheson and Tucker, and then the South Entry area. And there's I think we had our colleague Paul Mitchell look at how many people live in the South Entry area. And as you can imagine, since there's very little built there that isn't industrial, there's a handful of voters. And except for the people who live at Giorgio's, and we can talk about that later.
They're not official, right?
Unofficial.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess the question before us is twofold. Do we want to move map D to the next meeting and vote on it? Or do we want to try to fix what the concerns are that you have, Councilmember Kelly and Hagley, about the South Entry, or not South Entry, but the South area, which would be fine with me. If we had map D for the other areas, I'd be open to seeing what we could do with that. What about you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we can try that. I think it's going to be super challenging. Yeah, having kind of played with that, it's been weeks now, but yeah, there's always going to be some compromise here, right? But I really appreciate this conversation, and I'm with a little hesitation, still feeling the direction of map D is going to be the most satisfying one. I think it's worth mentioning also that Healdsburg Avenue does, even though there's neighborhoods on both sides of it, on the south part of it down towards the river, it has a lot of commercial elements to it, and is tied to the downtown in some way. So it's there is one, I don't want to overstretch this, but there is one element of cohesion with that southern part of what we're looking at here in D as number one. But yeah, overall, I think in terms of the way the other districts sit, I think it makes the most sense.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Or Vice Mayor Herod, is what you're saying about the Healdsburg Avenue section where there's commercial and industrial development along where the palms are on Healdsburg Avenue or Ventures or other parts of kind of south of the roundabout? Are you saying it has similarities to the area in and around the plaza and some of the other commercial areas in that same district?
Yes. Like I said, I don't want to overstate it, but
I just wanted to be sure I
true.
was
Yeah.
following your thought process. I mean, I agree. I think
It's still Healdsburg Avenue.
right. I think we could argue all of these counterpoints on every district on both of these maps and
sure.
And probably argue them, to death. So I want to respect, the approach that you all are taking. I don't have a visceral negative reaction to map D. I think it's perfectly fine. There's pros and cons to both, but I clearly hear, my colleagues saying that they really disagree with map A. And so I want to support that and allow us to move forward in harmony and to try to get, to the finish line on this process. So I support that endeavor.
Thank you. Councilmember Hagley.
Yeah, looking at map D, that's the one we're looking at right now. You know, I don't mind how the top is 5, 4, and 3. I still struggle with how 1 and 2 are chopped up. You know, that's just, to me, I just feel like that the smart station should be the focal point, and kind of that's where everything kind of goes around, because that has an impact on the surrounding communities. That said, I mean, again, it's, you know, is it so bad to have somebody elected from one district on one side and another district on the other? I mean, I don't think so. I just think visually, I like the idea of that district. And like I said, I looked at this from kind of the macro perspective. I do like how 4 and 3 are chunks kind of coming down. But I still struggle with 1 being so long, and then 2 going from Giorgio's, you know, all the way up. But it's, you know, not earth shattering. And like I said, it sounds like there's a council majority to go that wants to move toward map D. And I'd be fine with that. Again, you know, there's 3 election cycles, and I highly doubt, I mean, maybe some of us will still be on the council at that point, but I highly doubt it. And, you know, I think it's this whole exercise that we've gone through has been really valuable, and there will be changes with the next census with the number of units that are coming on in the various districts that are outlined. So, you know, I'm fine with this too. I prefer A. I'll just say I prefer A, but I'm not no on D.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, obviously, there's going to be a lot of changes in the city of Healdsburg just by the projects that are currently ongoing. And in the next census, things are going to change. So I'm guessing that we'll be looking at a different demography at that point. And maybe the South Entry will start kicking in too. We don't know yet, but
Can we get the demographic breakdown again on the different districts?
The population deviation?
Yeah.
Or
I'm just going to go, and if the public is watching, they can do this themselves on the website. So straight from the website, we have the PDF of draft map D. And of course, we'll have to do numbering of this, and maybe we could have the staff before the next hearing make a recommended numbering structure for this map. But first off, the total planned deviation, you can see these deviation numbers here at the top. It looks like the total planned deviation would be 6.3%. And then
That's better than map A. Map A was what, 8.6?
Kind of a binary. They're both under 10%. So, yeah. The numbers might be more real, like right at the time of the census, but you know, years after.
Yeah.
But the requirement is under 10%. And then the Latino CVAP number here is 29.6 for that District 1, which is the long, skinny one here. It goes from Chiquita down to Presidential Circle. Then this would be the Southern District. Piper Street is the northern boundary, and then South Fitch Mountain Road. So both sides of Matheson Street for this stretch of Matheson, but then not all the way over there, but that's for most of Matheson. Then this district number 3.
and this one still has 2 districts going, touching the downtown, right? Not 3, but at least 2.
When
Which was a
you, as
concern.
council members, talk about touching the downtown, you're using your own lens. We don't have an actual official map of the downtown, so I can't say specific.
Yeah.
The number is. So I'll just go back up to the overview of the map.
The answer is yes. Right?
And then if you want, I can just, for comparison, but if members of the public wanted to look, the draft map A here, you can click on the PDF, is this one. And like we talked about before, in this instance, this district, the green district on the west side is 36% Latino CVAP. And the total planned deviation is at 8.1%, 3.7 over and 4.4 under.
So are we okay then to go ahead and instruct direct staff
Yes.
Okay.
So my recommendation would be that the mayor call for a motion and the motion be move to direct staff to publish map A, map D, and return to council at a subsequent meeting with an ordinance adopting map D.
So can I say so moved with what you just said?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Second that.
And then a roll call vote?
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Higley?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harrod?
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yes. And so this would preclude us at this point from talking about sequencing, right? Okay.
Correct.
So that will be next time. Okay. All right. So that was easy. Thank you all. Thank you very much. So now we're going to go backwards. Have a tendency to do these days. To public comment on items on the consent calendar and non-agenda items. So this time is set aside to receive comments from the public regarding matters of general interest, not on the agenda, but related to city council business. Pursuant to the Brown Act, however, the city council cannot consider any issues or take action on any requests during the comment period. Is there anyone who would like to comment on general items? Thank you. Come on up. Make sure the button is pushed there so you see a green light. Oh, okay, okay. Is it working? No.
Okay. Oh, that one, sorry. Good evening, Madam Mayor and other members of the City Council. I'm Breen Kerr. I live on Burgundy Lane, which I guess is in the Northern District there. So I'm here because I'd like to bring to the council's attention the city of Healdsburg is very dog friendly. Every time we take our dog anywhere, it's just a real pleasant experience. After owning property here for a number of years, my wife and I finally moved here full time. And so we became much more aware of the importance of the river walk to the recreational opportunities in town. And I know that the city doesn't actually own that long stretch of property, but it is kind of a de facto park. I'm assuming that many of you have been down there or take your dogs down there, whatever. I was there this afternoon, and there were dozens of people, residents with their dogs. There were 3 teenagers fishing in the Russian River. And I think that the opportunity to get close to the river, to have that dog-friendly area is unique. Access to the Russian River has gotten more and more restricted over the years, whether it's Alexander Bridge being blocked off or other areas. So unless you're willing to go to Veterans Memorial Beach, you're very limited in your access to the Russian River. And so this is an important part of the community, a recreational opportunity. And I'm just here to urge the council to do what they can to obtain ownership of it or some kind of easement. I think it's worth city resources to make this happen. And it's a really important resource for the community. So I want to just bring your attention to it and ask for your help to preserve its current state, which is essentially open to the public. So please do what you can. Maybe you can buy an easement or something that would keep that for future generations and as well as the people that are living here now.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Keith Baker. I live on Lincoln Street in Healdsburg. Really lucky to have become a permanent resident in the last 5 years. And My family's been in Healdsburg a long time. This is my home. Very happy to be here. I've come here to show my support for the consideration of a Magical Bridge playground at Laura Fish Summersall Park. This recently became near and dear to me. I'm joined by my wife, Lauren, and my baby, Brinley, back there. And we had our baby about 6 months ago. Quickly learned that she was born with a rare genetic disease that left her hard of hearing and without vision in her right eye. With that comes other challenges with cognitive development, intellectual disability, and also just her gross motor skills. And with the parks in town, there's certainly a lot of options. But when considering a new park on the north end, I want to really encourage you to consider a Magical Bridge playground. And really with the goal to think beyond just the American Disabilities Act, but to think about all children and all community members in Healdsburg. I know that we have a public forum at the park that was postponed, so I look forward to hearing more then. And I know that this is a council topic on the 21st, so look forward to hearing more discussion there. Some of the benefits of a Magical Bridge playground include increased physical activity, nice open spaces to encourage movement, exploration, building coordination, strength, and gross motor skills. But for me, why I really support this type of playground, it's the development of sensory systems. It provides opportunity to stimulate various sensory systems, vestibular and auditory systems. One of the key opportunities would potentially be the inclusion of a laser harp, which encourages musical interaction and nonverbal communication. The park is socially inclusive and physically accessible for children with a disability. There's seamless pathways, distinct play zones, soft fall ground surfaces, wide slides, signage for sensory challenges, shade, and really a play area for all ages, supporting our elderly and aging population as well. So I really appreciate your consideration. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you, and I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Not seeing anyone. We'll close public comment. Move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to?
I have to recuse myself on item 6E. I own a property within 500 feet of this proposed development, so I have a presumed financial interest, and thus I'm recusing myself from this item. I'm going to move my chair back when it comes time to talk about 6.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hagelin?
And just to confirm, I'm okay now that the city owns the park, so I'm not within 500 feet anymore.
This is
I will keep my
for the
chair here.
affordable housing map, not the park. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar except for item E.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. And now a motion to approve item E.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, you can come back. So we've done the public hearing, the old business, we have none. And now new business, so which is what I think a lot of people are here for. Sorry you had to wait so long, but we had to get through that. The Parklet Program Review. Director Zimmer.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Mitchell and Council. We're here today, as you know, to talk about parklets. Well, she can get the slides up there. You can go to the second slide right away, please. The action today is simply to hear this presentation and provide as much direction as council wishes. We do not have a deadline. It isn't district mapping. So we can bring this back as much as council needs to, or say, continue doing what you're doing today. I'll be seeking input from council in general terms, and then depending on what direction council would like to go, we can get far more detailed and talking about some of the challenges that we've been having. Next slide, please. As we all know, Healdsburg has done parklets better than just about everybody. Beautiful and inviting, but there are problems that maybe some people don't see. The parklet on the left is the view from a pedestrian in the crosswalk. And you can see that the eye contact between a driver and a pedestrian is very difficult in this situation. One of the many things that weren't taken into account when we created the parklets. Next slide, please. So here's a slide of the history of the parklet program. And I would like to say I, as well as everyone else, I think we're really happy and impressed with how quickly the city, thanks specifically to Matt Mildy, who kind of led this through community services, was able to get businesses going again when we were all shut down. It was an absolute wonderful thing. But with speed, you sometimes lose the thoroughness. And as you can see, we've made many revisions. And the last time we came to council with this program, we stated that we would bring it back in 2025 prior to 2026, which is when the current permits will be expiring. Next slide, please. A flashback to one of the original ones, not up there anymore, where we had a couple that were right on the pavement with the little picket fences and a wine barrel. Next slide, please. A couple of other old ones. The one on the left was vacated without any real notice to the city, and it took us quite some time to get that one removed. And the one on the right, reoccurring flooding problems, which I think we have all seen caused by the parklets. Next slide, please. Always interesting to see what other agencies are doing. Oh, sorry, wrong slide. Currently, we have 16 parklets, roughly half food and half wine, with one retail business. They're taking up 40 spaces, and that's been pretty consistent over the last couple of years. We've had a couple of parklets drop, but they've stayed relatively steady, and not a lot of new ones. Next slide, please. So the fees. Fees are broken up into two parts. There is an admin fee, which pays for city staff time, and that is a flat fee. Currently at just under $2,600 for the year. They're the odd number because they're going up based on a CPI. And the second part of the fee is a per square foot per month, which is charged at every 6 months to the parklet owners. Often asked is how much have we collected? We have collected $318,000 for the usage fee and $119,000 for the admin fee. Next slide, please. And so here's where I was saying it's very interesting to see what other agencies are doing. 2 cities do not allow parklets, but interestingly enough, one of them has a parklet, which is grandfathered in, and they're going to leave it there as long as it wants to stay there in Cloverdale. Several have new programs and are looking at parklets as a long-term, but they also don't necessarily have any or very many. Rohnert Park, for example, created a program and they have nobody. Petaluma is still on their pilot, as is Windsor, and they're both looking at doing some kind of update in the future, but they're not moving very quickly on that. Important if we get to it. I have not done a deep dive yet. It will depend on council direction on why some cities have no parklets. the new program so difficult to navigate or expensive? Is that why? So that's work that we've yet to do, but will do if directed. Next slide, please. So we're here today to talk a little bit about making improvements to the program, which means we'll be talking about challenges. But before we get into that, I wanted to talk a little bit about the benefits. I, along with many people, really enjoy being able to sit outside and have a meal. They definitely change the appearance of our downtown area. Most people think positively. It encourages walking to some regard. It's creating a local identity. It is definitely bringing in revenue for those businesses that are doing well with their parklets. And, you know, tough times for some businesses. So many of the community really appreciate that we're giving them that assistance. Next slide, please. Just another photo of how well some of the businesses have been doing. It really blends in with the indoor and outdoor. Next slide, please. And again. So the challenges. Parklet permits do not follow any typical process. They don't go through a design review. They cannot meet certain building codes, electric, fire. There are things within our codes that never anticipated building a structure in a parking space in public right-of-way. So we try our best to make everything as safe as it can be, but there are limitations to how we do that. It creates some confusion and some difficulties for staff. And unlike private-owned buildings, if there is an issue, that becomes a private issue. If there is a problem within a parklet, because it is on public right-of-way, it's likely to become a city issue as well. The parklet program as is lacks a lot of enforcement mechanisms. We have parklet owners, let's say, who choose to not pay. It is either revoke their permit or nag. And it isn't typical for a city agency to have to nag someone to pay us. So we're looking to make some improvements there. The parklets themselves become an obstacle to emergency response, whether it's fire getting in or getting someone who's injured out. Sometimes an extra few seconds of response time can make a difference, and it has been a concern. We've made some requirements on parklet placement, so it allows better access. The parklets conflict with work within the public right-of-way. We've had connections to a sewer line, which required removal of a parklet. Very concerned that at some point there will be a water main break, a sewer overflow, which is going to require emergency damage is probably the best word to a parklet, because if there is an emergency situation, we won't be disassembling. We will be cutting through to get to what we have to do. And particularly if it's in the middle of the night and we can't get the parklet owner to respond in time. Drainage and flooding issues, which we've talked about. There's been quite a few complaints about rodents underneath parklets, the inability of street sweepers to get access, which leads to water quality issues. Kind of along the same line as the enforcement mechanisms, the activation language, which we added in the last round because there was concern about some parklets looking vacant, we found very hard to enforce, particularly because staff isn't here on the weekends to see how busy the parklets are. And then last, and probably one of the biggest issues, is a reminder that parklets do not stop a vehicle, will not stop the vehicle even at relatively low speeds, so that there is always that risk there. I think council received at least one email message where it talked about the incident in San Francisco where a car completely destroyed a parklet, injuring 6 people. Next slide, please. So here's one parklet that got hit. Of note here, the lanes are narrow at 10.5 feet, and you have back out diagonal parking. Next slide. An example of where the street sweeper doesn't get. Parklet owners are required per their permits to clean this, even if it's outside of their own frontage, because their parklet is causing the problem. But not everyone's doing that. Again, it becomes difficult to enforce. Those leaves or other causes can lead to the flooding, as you see on the right. Next slide, please. So, options for council, there are many, but again, we're going to start really at the general higher level. Continue the program as is, either with or without revised requirements. Another option would be no new parklets, but allow the existing parklets to remain, and again, with or without revised requirements, either for a certain period of time or indefinitely, or wind down the program, again, whether that be a date certain, however many years out, or anything else that council would like to talk about. Next slide. I will start here with some staff recommendations. One would be to require an encroachment permit. The current parklet program was designed to keep things as simple as possible. The parklet permit acted as an encroachment permit, but what we lack is the traffic control requirements that we normally would with an encroachment permit, making sure that there are qualified people out there doing the work in the public right of way. So that is one suggestion. Establishing a fee for late payment or providing proof of insurance. We need a hammer that is less severe than revoking a permit to be able to encourage people to do the right thing and meet the requirements of the permit. Another suggestion is a deposit. What we've had a few times now where business leaves and they leave their parklet. Someone else moves in. Luckily, we've been able to make it work every time or have been able to get the parklet removed, but it's potentially an issue where we don't have a business owner and we have a parklet. We have no real bonds or anything to go after, so it would become a cost to the city to have it removed. The other part of that is damage created by the parklet, even though it's not approved. Several parklet owners have been done drilling into the sidewalk or into the concrete, and they would be responsible for fixing those things. But again, it becomes really hard to enforce. And then the last recommendation is requiring the removal of a parklet upon close of a business. Kind of along the same lines as the vacated one, but what we're also seeing is businesses basically selling the business and the space along with the parklet and trying to maintain insurance, liability insurance for that parklet over that time and keeping it occupied because you can never tell quite how long that time is going to be. So it would be a lot cleaner and easier if upon closing of a business, the parklet goes away prior to them, someone else moving in. The negative, of course, is if they want a parklet and they come back in and apply, it's a waste of a lot of effort to deconstruct and reconstruct again. Next slide, please. A few other possible discussion items, again, not necessarily recommendations, but trying to give council a little food for thought and when we start talking about these things. Whether or not we want to limit the types of business that we would allow parklets, regarding retail and wine tasting versus restaurants. Whether or not, if a business already has private outdoor space, should they still be eligible for a parklet? Should we limit parklets where roads are narrow or there are higher speeds, or for some other reason to a specific road where we don't want them? The spacing between them, how many per block face, that type of thing. Currently, there is no total number of parklets that we would be maxing out. It's based on parking spaces, which is roughly 5% of the downtown, so 70 or 71. And again, we only have 40, and it doesn't seem like we're ever going to meet this threshold, but if that was something that council wanted to discuss. And then whether or not the parklets should be subject to additional design review. We've had a fair amount of comments about the look of the parklets, and we tried to set some standards within our guidelines. Again, it becomes difficult to enforce, and whether or not council would like to, if they're concerned about the appearance, then that's another good topic. And with that, I will turn it back to council.
Great, thank you. That was a very good report. A lot of things that I don't think we all pay attention to when we think about the parklets. So I think that's important. Does council have questions? Councilmember Kelly?
Can I ask just a couple clarifying questions? So you talked about if there was like an emergency under a parklet and say we had to go in and cut it open or get underneath to get to something in the street. Who's responsible for the damage to the parklet if city staff has to go in and tear it apart?
It's very clear in the parklet permit that the parklet owner assumes all of the costs. But we haven't gone through that. And you could imagine a lot of people have invested quite a bit in these parklets, and there could be some question about how we were able, or how we felt we were required to get in there. So it could become an issue, but it is clearly covered in the permit.
Okay, and then you mentioned that we do require the parklet owners to clean up leaves or debris, even if it's not even directly in front of their lot, because if the parklet is causing buildup of leaves next to in the adjacent parcel, it's still their responsibility. Is that accurate?
That's how we've written the permit.
And then you mentioned that it's very difficult to enforce.
Correct.
Why is it difficult to enforce?
It's kind of back to the nagging and the staff time to be able to go out, especially as you know in fall where the leaves are accumulating sometimes daily, to go out and say, hey, you need to come out here and take care of this every week. We just simply don't have the staff time, or it's not as high a priority as some of the other things our staff is working on, rather than walking through and talking to every business owner.
Okay, and if someone says, no, I'm not going to clean up the leaves, not my problem, do we have, what then, how does the issue escalate?
We have had similar circumstances, and mentioned.
That wasn't just a hypothetical, that's really happened?
That is not just a hypothetical. And I want to say it's very rare. The vast majority, there's only been a couple certain parklets that have been issues. Everyone else really follows the rules and does the best that they can and pays on time. But yes, we have had that. And it's a reminder, here's what's in your permit. And we have the right to revoke that permit. But again, it would be a difficult thing to do for me to say, I'm taking your permit away because you're not sweeping up these leaves. And so that's kind of one of the problems that we would like to address.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Questions? Councilmember Edwards?
Yeah, I'm curious on when a business closes. Is that something that a landlord would then automatically take, or the responsibility would shift to the landlord to kind of help you enforce that being empty or things needing to happen? Is that a clause that could be put into that?
I don't know how exactly we would address it right now. with the existing permit, because our permit is between the city and the business, not necessarily the property owner. So a business vacates, we may not know that they've vacated. They're gone, the parklet's there. We don't really have any legal means to have the property owner do it because we don't have a permit with them. And as I said, there are, typically with an encroachment permit, there's bonds, there's some way to be able to get the party to pay for it. We don't really have that.
Could we require the landlord or the building owner to sign off prior to the parklet permit being offered?
That certainly could
I come
could
from
be
a
an
world with
option.
a lot of regulations, a lot of enforcements, and I'm seeing this go through, and I'm going like, well, just require the landlord to sign off on that to require that.
Yeah, that's definitely an option and probably a very good one, to have both the owner of the business and the property owner sign and have that requirement in there. So
And then
that they're basically co-signing a responsible party.
And then on the parklet you showed on the corner with the shades down, in going through it, there was a 50% visibility. And have we checked with the daylight issue on all of these fit that requirement of that 15, or not necessarily, maybe not the direct footage measurement, but like you showed in this, the intent of that for public safety?
Yes, we've definitely enforced that. We've said no to several parklets. We've made them adjust. The one in particular, the sun just kills that parklet at certain times of the day, certain times of the year. So they needed something. But what we have required is that they're movable so that they're only using it when they really need it and they're up when not. And again, most are doing their best. I was kind of bringing that up because the visibility, we've talked a lot about that. The new daylighting law, that's all about the visibility of a vehicle to a pedestrian. And these are certainly objects in the middle of the normal vision triangle, and they can distract or block a vision. And that's really all I was trying to point out.
Yeah, because that definitely looks disconcerting, because if the sun is shining on that, maybe the pedestrian might not be able to see as well. So we've got a compounded problem. I would think that the business would want to work with us to make that as safe as possible.
And again, they do understand, and they're doing their best when they can. But they have, when they got customers who are saying, this is awful out here, it's too hot, they need to do something too.
Okay, I'm not really seeing how that's our problem on that.
And again, that's where we came up with the 50% rule, and we enforce that when we can.
Thank you.
When we see it.
And Councilmember Kelly, you had another question?
Yeah, I had a question for you about, I vaguely remember at one of our council meetings when we first discussed this back in 2021, that we talked about vacant parklets and that they had to be activated. And I know that was an issue that I had raised because we had several parklets that were really just activating them on the weekends, but then Monday through Friday, they kind of looked dilapidated, and the furniture that was out there on the weekends for visitors or wine tasting was getting pulled in during the week. And so Monday through Friday, they weren't being activated, or maybe Monday through Thursday, they weren't. And I can't recall where we landed, if we ever, because one of the things that you had mentioned in your presentation was about vacant looking parklets. And did we ever include language in the ordinance around what is it, around how much it actually needs to be being utilized?
We did, and I could pull up the actual language if I need to, but it is essentially, it needs to be open when the business is open, and it needs to be 5 days a week. And so some places may be open, but not have people in their parklet. And as long as it's not blocked off or the furniture bunched up, it's hard to enforce that. And staff isn't necessarily here on the weekend. And so maybe a parklet is busy on the weekend and it's kind of working out. It's hard to enforce. It's not a very clear guideline.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Erdman?
Yeah, I had one more. One of the the biggest concerns I hear from our older residents. Is it possible that, we set the limit, and if a parklet goes away, is there some restriction on handicap parking that could go into that spot so that we could, for handy able people, it's very easy to park on the west side, but some of our elder, going to the senior center, for example, we have some handicap parking, but I was wondering if we were going to be, if a parklet was going away, that we could utilize that for more for our aging population.
Of course, but I see it as really two separate topics. If council provides direction to install more handicap parking in the downtown area or a certain area of town within the on-street parking, then we would certainly do that. It often comes at a much higher cost than one would think because a lot of our streets don't meet the requirements of slope and enough flat area for a landing. So they can become very expensive projects really quickly, but if council provides that direction, we can look at it, but I would not necessarily tie that to the parklet program.
Okay, so just removing that, and it's not just a simple issue of removing it and adding a handicap parking space. There's a lot of requirements that go along with it.
Correct, and I think we would want to look at it holistically and not opportunistically and find the right places to create for the best use.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so if there's no more questions from council, I'll open this up to the public comment. If you want to comment on the parklets, please come forward. Welcome.
Kathy Waterbury here, longtime resident. And I'm going to just on the AB 413 effective January 25th, the daylight law, as I read into it, that if you have an extended curb, you cannot park within 15 feet of it. And it says this could affect some of the parklets. They will have to be moved back 15 feet from an extended curb. So some of them may have to downsize. Then you guys have to give them a break on the payment, But yes, it says that the daylight law to improve safety in a section prohibiting parking within 20 feet. That means if a parklet becomes empty and you guys remove it, a car still cannot park within 20 feet of an extended curve, 15 to 20 feet. So that parking space would be, you could put a bicycle rack in there or motorcycle parking, but not a car. And it says if a parklet is located within that 20-foot zone, it could be considered an obstruction and may need to be removed to comply with the state law. The city-specific implementation, while the law is statewide, individual cities will determine how they will enforce it, and some may choose to remove parking spots or implement other measures to ensure compliance with the state law. So you guys got to look into this more because you don't want to get sued again by the state, right? You got in trouble for not doing district elections. So you got to look into this. I hate to see any of these parklets moved. But if they have to be shortened and not go up to the curb or to the extended curb, remove some seats, it will make it visible. I walk everywhere. I know some that with the shade, I love the guy, I love his restaurant, everything, but if it was shorter, it would make it visible. On Healdsburg Avenue right here, Healdsburg Hotel, even crossing with the light, you can't see. If they shorten it 15 feet away from the extended curb, you can still keep the parklet. It's just going to be smaller in size and not so large. So the one you guys showed on Matheson, that one could be shortened. Now, the one on Plaza Street, you guys could close Plaza Street off and it could be open again. So, and on Healdsburg Avenue, it's that gallery. They have a parkland to serve wine. I mean, that one, they're not, half the time they're not open. But that one could actually go because it's really hard I ride the city bus sometimes to get through there. So there's many things you have to look into on the state law other than pulling down the shades. some of the parklets could be shortened to comply with the state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Excuse me. There must be somebody else. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Sam. I manage the Lyoko Tasting Room. So I'm here on behalf of Lyoko and just want to say how grateful we are to be part of the program. And I've heard your concerns and I totally hear it. And so I'm just here to say that we're here to work with you guys. And I know we pay on time. We do all the things that a good steward would do of the program. So just want to say thanks for that. And we're open 7 days a week. So we're always around and, reachable if you need anything. So just want to say thanks. So
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hello again, Jonathan Perlman. I just want to make sure that I know that some of these issues definitely are out there, but every single one of them seems resolvable. The parklets add so much vibrancy to the town, especially on weekends. I think it's less concerning if people aren't out on a parklet on a Tuesday or a Wednesday because most people aren't downtown on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. But for the Thursday through Monday period, the parklets add so much to our town and certainly have changed the character. And I think that from a design standpoint, some of those early ones were trashy and fortunately they seem to be gone. There seem to be some levels of standards because I see the same kit of parts at 3 or 4 or 5 of the different parklets have the same timber with the black metal joinery and the sloped roof and all of that. So that seems to create a sense of consistency from a design standpoint. But the enforcement issues and all these other issues, and I did read through a lot of the email correspondence. So much of it was about parking, that we're losing parking. But at the same time, the west parking lot is rarely full. And that if you're coming to the downtown and you want to use a parklet or, something like that, walking a block or two does not seem like a big impediment to the businesses. And since it seems that in the last year to 2 years, the wine business has been stressed and restaurant business has been stressed, that this helps, seeing the vibrancy and seeing people out and sitting outside and that encourages other people to use them. So that seems like a very positive aspect of them. So I just encourage that finding ways to work out some of the distinct issues. They don't seem insurmountable. So I hope you will go that route. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I guess I'm going to second what Jonathan just said with the additional comment that, as a resident of Healdsburg, I find the parklets very attractive, and I kind of enjoy seeing people going about their pleasures with the food and wine and so on. And I know that when I have visitors to town, they find that very charming and attractive as well. And a lot of the parklets are right in the plaza area, and I think that the plaza is such a wonderful a center for our town, and so many people use it. And the parklets are complementary to the idea of pedestrian space, which is what the plaza is all about. And I hope in the future we'll have more pedestrian space. The issue of the parking, I think I don't think that's really something that should weigh very heavily in your considerations. As Jonathan said, there's park in the west side, and I don't know. I've never seen that as really being much of an issue. So I hope you will preserve the parklet program with some of the recommendations that Larry mentioned. Things need to be tweaked, things need to be improved, but that's doable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hello, I'm Mark McMullen from Parkland Farms. I would like to talk about the parklet program kind of in a larger sense, and that is that as we look at the future of downtown over the next years, just in another couple of months, Windsor is going to have the SMART train arriving there, which will make it a very easy Uber ride or shuttle ride up to Healdsburg. So I think that we're going to see an increase in the number of pedestrians that will be coming into the downtown area, and they will not need parking at all. I think that we need to be focusing on how parklets affect pedestrian traffic, especially ADA traffic. We need to think about the design. I am very much in favor of the parklets. I just would like to see the parklet kind of design integration to be reformed so that it looks at the long-term pedestrian needs that we're going to have in the downtown area. Parklet should serve as a cohesive pedestrian network rather than just isolated commercial spots. Again, I'm very much in favor of it, but we are going to have if SMART arrives in 2028, we're going to have thousands of new pedestrian visitors arriving in our downtown area. And when we're designing these parklets and looking at our streets down around the plaza area, we need to be thinking about how it all works as a pedestrian area. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, City Council. So Dustin Villette from Villette Restaurant. We have a parklet. We've had that since the very beginning. Worked with you, Larry, at the very beginning of how to design it. A couple of things to touch on. Obviously, a supporter of the parklet program. I think it gives a great opportunity for people to experience outdoor dining. I also believe that we should make sure we're maintaining those. I think it is in the best interest for us to keep the quality at a high level. A couple things to touch on, just speaking for Villette exclusively. We designed ours with large planters in front. Those planters are actually filled with concrete. They're not just designed aesthetically. The idea behind that is if a car does hit it, they're actually, I think the weight was 4,000 something pounds per planter. The idea is it protects people to be injured. Investment wise, I think that we've done a very high quality investment in our parklet. We expend over $75,000 in the parklet development for that. And that money went back to Healdsburg Lumber, that went back to Ettinger's, that went back to local purveyors helping build that out for us. Also, just kind of talking about the economics of it from a restaurant standpoint, we've had an increase in our dining capabilities. We've had more people dining in our restaurant. I pulled up some quick numbers. So far to date, we gave about $66,595 to the city of Healdsburg in parklet fees. That included construction fees, the monthly fees, etc. That money goes back to our firefighters. That goes back to our actual city itself. We also looked at our taxes. We spent to date $280,000 in taxes. This is an additional revenue outside of our normal operating of the inside of the restaurant. So it would be additional revenue from the parklet. Of that $280,000, 58,000 went directly here, 2% went directly to the city of Healdsburg. So as we're considering this is a economic ability to add value back into the city of Healdsburg. We understand there's definitely cost to this, but I think we should also look at it holistically. Not just is this an amazing thing for guests, people to enjoy, but it also adds not only a beautification to the downtown district, but also there's a real financial element here too. So as we're looking at some of the economic challenges that the wine industry and the restaurant industry are having, I think we should also take that in consideration, that we're adding value back to the city of Healdsburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? Good to see you guys. I'm Carlos Mojica. I'm the chef owner of Guiso Latin Fusion. We're one of my few bullet points I want to point out is that we are very, very happy to be part of the program and have a small parklet. It allowed us to stay in business as a family business that we are. It really has facilitated a lot of things for us. Also, giving a lot of our guests a wonderful different experience that we were not able to do because we only have a 500 square foot restaurant inside. It actually, and I would like to second Dustin Villet's comments as well, because it actually has helped us grow about 40% in business for the last 10 years we've been here in business as a resident of Healdsburg as well. However, I am concerned about one thing, which is the administrative fees being, I wouldn't say fair, but I would like to see a more structure due to the size of parklets. We have big parklets paying the same administrative fees as smaller parklets. And I just think that if there's something that we can get that's more clear, it would help us a lot to build in budgets and all that for our businesses. Other than that, I really do think it brings a lot of wonderful things to the town, and it gives it more of this wonderful European, Italian outdoor, indoor setting. So I'm always willing to work with the city, and we're very happy to be part of this community as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Well, I'm going to be on the opposite end of these. The one thing I would like to ask is that it's very difficult to comment on this, any topic, when a presentation is not available for the public to see. Like Mr. Zimmer's presentation wasn't available anywhere. So there were a lot of things that I would agree with or disagree with, but there was no way I could make comments on that. Is there a way for these kinds of presentations to be available to the public before the meetings? And one thing that hasn't been brought up, that, okay, COVID is over. Parklets were established originally because of COVID. The public property must be returned to the public. That was never mentioned, that private business is using public property at a very inexpensive rate compared to their buildings. The businesses should be grateful to the city and the residents for giving them the chance to weather poor economic conditions that existed during COVID. And they now should be thanking the city, they should be thanking the residents, and they should be graciously disassembling their parklets. Times have changed. Businesses should be standing on their own 2 feet. The parklet ordinance was extremely accommodating and extremely helpful. And at least many of these requirements need to be much stricter and be earning more money for the city. But I still feel that it's time for businesses to be successful without expecting public support. COVID is over, and public property must be returned to the public. And I mean, especially there are parklets that are underutilized, that are not, they should be open at least, they should be open 7 days a week. There's parklets that are open maybe 4 days a week, and I never see anybody in them. I see a discrepancy between figures. One of the staff members, Scott Mann, told me that there were 16 parklets in town which take up 48 parking spaces. That doesn't seem to be, an issue, but it was listed here 40. But I really feel that things you should really need to say you must be open 7 days a week, you must be open for a certain many hours a day, or else it's not fair that they're using public property for a very reduced rate, that they're earning a lot of money because the city's allowing them to do it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Now's your chance. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having this meeting. My name is Aaron Flores. I am the general manager of Duke Spirited Cocktails right there on the plaza. I've been part of this program since the very beginning during COVID. It's been a wonderful, wonderful program to be a part of. Thank you, Larry Zimmer, for all of your help with all of that. We're very proud of our parklet right there on the plaza. We think it's a wonderful place to have a drink. Initially we had food, but times economically are difficult for businesses in throughout the country. Specifically for restaurants, I feel. And this parklet program has helped restaurateurs stay in business. As you have said, many of these businesses have left, and that says a lot. It is difficult to operate a business in this town, and this parklet program has helped some of us to stay in business. We're doing quite well at Duke's because of this parklet. It's helped bring in additional revenue through wedding parties. Just the Tuesday on the plaza, people wanted to come out and have a drink outside. This lady had mentioned that we're not paying exuberant fees, but we are. We paid a lot. We put a lot of money into this program. I'm not sure if there have been other parklets, but we are one of the parklets that have had to remove our entire parklet for a public work or a project. And we're happy to pay those fees. Any other fees that you want to have us pay, I'm sure that the people that benefit from them are happy to pay them. Honestly, it's that beneficial and helpful to our businesses. I'm pretty sure I can speak for the other people here that have a parklet. Just in this past few weeks where our parklet has been out of commission, we've had a lot of people upset about it. They want to be at Duke's and drink and have a nice experience outside. It looks horrible out there right now. We'd prefer to have our parklet back, but at the same time, we don't know if we're going to build it again. That is to be determined based on if you folks want to reinstate this parklet program. So that's something that the owner and I have to discuss, but we would love to have this extended and continue drawing business to this town, which I think these parklets do. As far as the additional revenue, it has been a lifesaver for some of us. I think that if you were to remove some of these parklets, you may see businesses disappear, which is not a good thing for the town of Healdsburg. Or just imagine, during COVID, when almost half of Plaza Street was out of business. There was nothing going on. There was like 3 or 4 vacant locations right there, right next to Duke's. And that was sad to see. And I think that removing the parklets, you may see additional businesses suffer. I hope that you take into consideration the proprietors that have a parklet and continuing this program.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Skip Brand, and I'm the owner of Healdsburg Running Company, along with my wife, Holly, and our managers now and owner, Ralph. But I wanted to make sure we did tell you we're so grateful for these programs. There's no way when COVID hit, our business would exist. A fitting of a shoe is about 20 to 40 minutes, and we had to do it outside. But how it started is not how it's continuing. So for us, what's wild about the parklet is we run 150 free runs for the community every week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. But post-COVID, those run groups are bigger, and where they like to meet and where they like to get together is the parklet. That enables us. We have 15 charity events. Guess where the charity events are? The Live Like Drew Turkey Trot, the Fitch Mountain Foot Race. This weekend will be 700 runners at Lake Sonoma. They'll all come downtown to do business downtown, and they'll check in for the race out at Lake Sonoma in the parklet. We're also so appreciative of just how it's changing us. The community asked for more benches so they could actually meet in the parklet. We are open 7 days a week, and the parklet's open 7 days a week. What we first thought was somewhere we'd do fittings and shoes and gait analysis in the parklet. Now we have a community board. The community said, hey, you don't have enough glass in your windows. We need a community board So we've found the parklet has changed us and is really a big asset. The other things I would kind of mention is we do a lot of gait analysis and shoes out there, but it's the sale shoes and donation shoes that we do the most. We do thousands of donation shoes by putting the barrel right there in the parklet where people can see it. They feel really good. They come in the store and tell you, hey, I dropped off shoes. The other thing that's really amazing about that is whether it's food to firefighters, a lot of jogathons, and way too many other kids runs on Friday, it's because of the parklet that gives us that space to do it. So we appreciate how much community we're able to create. And last but not least, because of that, we at least find many other running stores all around the country trying to work with their cities to find places to gather. Because in the end, for us, I think Holly would make sure I mention numbers. I think our fee is about 25% of our profit. So we pay a fee, but we would do it because it's way more than just the money that we make in the parklet. That's for sure. It's just an aspect of our business. And last but not least, I mean, Larry, Scott, the team are all great to work with. There's ways we can continue to make the parklet program bigger and better. And there's ways we can integrate even our parking that's on-site parking for the store with the parking that's on the street. So thank you for the time. And again, let's make sure on behalf of myself, I think Carlos, Dustin, Aaron, everybody, those 17 businesses, we think it's a must-have, not just a nice-to-have. And thank you for letting us have it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Deborah Kravitz from Healdsburg. I just wanted to say briefly that as a resident of Healdsburg, I very much enjoy using the parklets. I've probably been in nearly all of them at some point, if not all of them. And as a dog owner here in Healdsburg, I think it's amazing that we have additional opportunities to take our four-legged friends with us when we go out to dine and socialize. And we would lose a lot of those opportunities if the entire parklet program were to go away. So I'm strongly in favor of maintaining it, but I'm totally open to whatever modifications you think are necessary for safety, to enforceability, and to manage the project. I think we can all find a way to do that. But I think it's really important to maintain the program going forward. Also, from a public health standpoint, we may not be in the throes of the worst of the COVID pandemic, but that's not the only issue we have out there. We have RSV, influenza A, measles is an airborne illness. Having the opportunity, I will always sit outside if given the opportunity versus an indoor dining for any length of time. So I think if we're looking long-term for the health of our community, it's definitely something we want to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Not seeing anyone else, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment at this time and bring it back to council for discussion. Who wants to start? Yes, please go ahead.
Can we have the slide brought up, Director Zimmer, that has the options of how you'd like us to evaluate kind of a go forward? So I would like to, I think that's the one. Thank you so much. I would like to continue the ongoing program with revised requirements. I think the staff recommendations that were put forward on the slide are good ones, and I support those recommendations. Visibility for pedestrians for future parklet applications. Per the daylighting rules, I think that should come into play in some consideration based on location of future applications and making sure that there's safety for pedestrians. I do think I have concerns about the businesses that already have a private outdoor space as part of their leased premises. I don't think that they should also be able to have a parklet. I don't really know how, I think you would evaluate that probably on a case by case, but I do think that it's not every business. I think it's not a one size fits all. So I think that would be one way to create a little bit of equity in future applications, that if somebody already has private outdoor space, like say, for example, there was a new restaurant that was leasing the Campo Fina Multi-Amici space. I don't think it would make a ton of sense to also allow them to have a parklet for the 2 parking spots out front, given the square footage of outdoor space they already have, just as an example. And then I think for the vacant looking parklets, if the current rules say that it needs to be open 5 days a week and it needs to be open when the business is open, I'd like to see maybe staff come back with a recommendation of how we can better enforce this, because I do think having vacant parklets that aren't activated, it's doing exactly what we don't want it to do, where the whole point is to create that vibrancy and to have it be activated. Obviously, if it's raining or it's bad weather, it's not going to be 365 days a year, but certainly if it seems like the furniture's locked or removed and there's no way for it to be activated, that's problematic. And I did, per the commenter's point, I think Deb Kravitz said that for some people, COVID is not over. I mean, there are still immunocompromised people in our community who, without being able to have that outdoor space for dining, they wouldn't be able to go out. And also, I didn't think about people bringing their pets, but that's certainly for those who have well-behaved dogs. To be able to bring their pets, I think that's wonderful as well. And I think that if it's not COVID, influenza and other pretty nasty things that are circulating out there, being able to dine outdoors certainly is a really wonderful thing to be able to have in our community. And I really appreciate the vibrancy that it brings to downtown. So I'd like to see the program continue ongoing, but I do recognize the challenges that we've highlighted and want to try to create more support and safeguards so that it's not an unenforceable situation. And I do think that as businesses close, being able to, that they don't run with the land, basically, that we can, like right now, there's a vacant parklet in front of the old Banshee space and unclear kind of what's going on there. And I think, we're doing a disservice by not kind of, when the businesses are vacant or they close down, that the parklet needs to be disassembled and that there's an enforcement mechanism so that you all have what you need to be able to do that. Thanks.
Councilmember Higley.
Yeah, I think a little context, going back to, COVID really allowed us to do parklets, but it's something that, I don't think I was the only one that was kind of looking at that. I don't think they were even called parklets back then, but just kind of more the outdoor seating. And going back to, if you think about Bistro Ralph and Scopa, the 2 best seats, the 2 best tables were always the ones right in front, and they were always booked. And you walk by and you see like was it the million fries or whatever it's called? Remember the stack? Is it a million fries or 1,000? Whatever it was called, you walk by and you smell the fries and you're like, oh. So, I remember having conversations about how can we, when Brass Rabbit was there, how do we expand that out? And, you look at the street and it's kind of hard, but it was there. And then COVID really, there's a saying in government, you never waste a crisis, right? Like you look for opportunities to how to improve things. And I have a lot of respect for our staff that through community services department ran with this program. We did street closures. We tried so many different things to try to see what we could do quickly to help support our businesses. And, you know, COVID helped us move quick. We also had issues related to homelessness where some homeless were sleeping in the parklets and causing issues. But then we're also working with Reach for Home, the L&M Village, which we'll get an update here shortly. I'm glad that you're here. But there are a lot of things when you look at this program and how long we've been doing it. There's been a lot of lessons learned, and I appreciate the fine tuning that we've done in the past, including the new requirements that we put out, and it eliminated some of the casual kind of thrown up last second parklets that some people had mentioned that were like pallets, and just it really helped improve things and kind of narrow the focus of the parklets compared to some other cities. And you asked the question where you're doing the presentation of, you listed all the cities and how many parklets they had. And I kind of have an answer to why some cities it doesn't work. It's because they're not a walkable city. Rohnert Park, I think it's a big city, but it's not like Healdsburg where we have this big walkable downtown. So I like the parklets, and I feel our neighbors do them well. And one thing I think, as we move forward, in the staff report under February 7th, 2022, the line says to assist in business recovery following the pandemic, the city council approved ongoing parklet program, and then goes on from there. And I read that and I look at where we are today, and I would just, for future staff reports, change that to support the vibrancy and walkability of downtown. This is not just about supporting businesses. It's not just about revenue. It's about that feel you get in Healdsburg, the community that is coming out from the inside, walking by and you see people dining, chatting, the people watching, like all of that community is coming out. To me, that's heartwarming. I love that. I'm a big user of the parklets and just love that feeling of you're running into people and seeing people saying hi. That said, there are adjustments that I feel need to be made. And I think this goes back to lessons learned. We're always, make decisions. How can we improve things? So some of the thoughts that I had, and you mentioned some of them, I think insurance, like right now, a big thing with flood insurance or some of these others, working at a bank, if a borrower doesn't have insurance and you get forced place insurance until they get it. And there's got to be some kind of insurance requirement, to your point. So however that's structured, I think that's a key thing that we need to have the insurance tightened up. The deposit language, yes, I completely agree. I'm open to different fee structures. That wasn't one that I'd thought of, but I appreciate the comment about the smaller parklets versus the larger. I think our administration fee is based on the time, not the square footage of the parklet. So it might be challenging to get around that, but I think the parklet is based on a rent per square foot, correct? Or per parking spot?
Correct.
So if you have one spot,
The majority of it comes out of per square foot, and then the admin fee is really for staff time, and the size of the parklet doesn't correlate to the amount of.
So that's something if there's some tweaks we can do, I'd be open to hearing, from staff's perspective on that. Vacant parklets, and this has been one of my pet peeves as well. I think we need to be clear, and I mean, we are, because our agreement is with the tenant. It's not with the landlord, with the property owner, unless the owner actually also owns the business. But I think that needs to be tightened up a bit. I want to make sure that, it's clear the rent is coming to the city. It's not the landlord's parklet to then turn around if a tenant leaves to say, I'm charging X amount for this tasting room space. Oh, and then it also includes a parklet. It's not their parklet to lease. It's ours. And when I say ours, not city council, it's the community of Healdsburg. I mean, it's the city's parklet. And so I think that needs to be kind of just made clear. I mean, it is with the agreements, like the tenants know, but I think that could be, if there's ways that the language could be tightened up. That said, tenants do come and go. So if a tenant vacates, maybe the landlord could assume the lease for 60 days while searching for another tenant, depending on if the parklet, this is just thoughts, so I'm open to, no, that's a horrible idea, Dave, or that's going to be a management nightmare, whatever. But these are just my thoughts is if you've got a space, let's put a time limit. Let's try to get somebody else to lease it up. And they need to maintain the parklet. Maybe the landlord has to put up a deposit for removal and insurance, or the tenant that's vacating, they have an opportunity to sublease, or try to get another tenant to replace them. And in the meantime, and I think about some of these vacant parklets like on Center Street by Banshee, we could also have a requirement that that they've got to activate it in some other way during the period that it's sitting there. It's not just like the Banshee one sitting empty. Maybe there's benches, maybe it's an art, installation, maybe it's, something that can be activated. You have this space. If you're actively trying to find another tenant, then, make that welcoming instead of just people drive by and like, oh, I could have parked there or whatever, but it's an activated space, additional seating, something. And these are just initial thoughts that I have. It's not well formed, but I'm open to feedback on that. And then I agree with you. If the property has on-site parking, then I think the tenant should look to the on-site parking. For example, like if Flaky Cream, I think they have a parklet right now, right? Or they did.
They did.
It was actually a workout place, Pilates or something like that, next to Flaky.
Okay, but that's not within the city's purview. That's, that's private property. They figured out with their landlord. So I would support that change. I think in terms of the number, I think I'd thrown out the 5% cap for downtown parking just so we had a cap, because at the time there were a lot of parklets that were coming on, like, real like quick ones and all that. It doesn't sound like we're gonna hit that, but I think it's important to have a cap so that the public knows, like, oh, we're capping the number of parklets, which is going to use up a certain amount of, that'll occupy a certain amount of parking spaces. But at the end of the day, bottom line, my direction would be to continue supporting the creativity of design from our community and not government this great program to death. And so I want to be cautious in terms of how many brilliant ideas we come up with to make it harder for these parklets to, flourish and succeed. And, if there's a turnover, another one come back. And so those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thanks. There's just so much to unpack with this issue. I mean, it really has a lot of different aspects to it. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I'm not necessarily going to go through it in a perfect order. I have a lot of thoughts on this, like I think a lot of people do. One thing though I want to bring up front is that what this discussion isn't, and I think there's a lot of discussion about a couple emails that came to us about how parklets are sort of stepping stone towards a more walkable pedestrian plaza. And I can see that there's certainly an inspiration for that. But I think what's being hinted at there is a planning exercise, which is really pretty large. If we want to really develop walkability downtown, or close traffic on streets and so forth, that is going to require a lot of thought. And that's not happening here, in my opinion. The other issue is opening up the whole parking discussion, and certainly in terms of paid parking, because that came up in a couple discussions. I don't think that that's something that we want to actually tackle as part of this discussion, because parking is sort of central to the impact of parklets for the community, and you hear that a lot. But if we're going to discuss, trying to tackle the parking problem, if there is a problem, then this isn't it exactly. That being said, I think there's a lot in the recommendations and that I think could help us kind of streamline the parklet program, so maybe reduce it a little bit, and that opening up a few parking places really actually would be meaningful. It's not going to be a ton in terms of percentage or anything, but like right now, you drive around the plaza, you'll find one spot and you got your spot and you get out of the car and do what you do. But, you know, if we had 5 extra, you know, spots opened up because of parklets that had been, you know, discontinued, then that's going to be meaningful. And plus, you know, the parking situation is evolving with the Foley Center. We're going to have some more spaces and so on. So it is an issue, but I don't want to overemphasize it. I think I would like to see some improvement, and I recognize that people are concerned about it. It does touch in on a fairness issue that hasn't really come up yet, and I'm not sure how this impacts the discussion, but there's a lot of businesses downtown that don't have any need or use for a parklet. Quite a few of them. They're not all part of the restaurant, you know, or tourism world. They have totally different functions: graphic artists, a lawyer, insurance, whatever. And these people, they just lose parking. They sacrifice parking for their customers, for, you know, the main economic engine of the downtown. So I think people are like, okay, but they're, you know, it's not really fair to them. And there's others, probably tasting rooms and restaurants that don't really have access to you know, the potential for a parklet to serve their business, to expand their footprint, you know, and their seating, just because of their location. And so that's, you know, it's unfortunate that some businesses are like, wow, this is the best thing that ever happened to us. We've got all this visibility. It's like having the biggest sandwich sign you ever saw. And your store, you know, your seating has expanded, doubled in some cases. And, you know, somebody, you know, around the block doesn't get that opportunity. And so, that sort of gnaws on me to know that that's the case. And I've heard some business members, you know, they're not here speaking right now, but, you know, so maybe they don't feel that strongly about it. But I think it is part of the puzzle here. So in general, I think the recommendations that you put out will help, you know, like I said, streamline the program. And I'd like to, you know, if there's some way to emphasize and strengthen those parklets that are busy and de-emphasize those that are not. So, you know, it is an eyesore, and it does reflect poorly to have a parklet that sits unoccupied most of the week. And so I'm not sure what we can do about that, but they might say, well, I'm paying my fee, so I get my spot. But it you know, a busy parklet does a lot of things. It creates the excitement that we're talking about. It's sales tax revenue, and so you know, if you have a dead parklet, even if you're paying for it for just to use on a busy weekend, you're still taking up parking for everybody else because of that. So there's a lot of balancing, you know, it's going to be hard to wrap our heads around. I think also in that challenges sheet or page on the presentation, there are a lot of important points there, and I think you did a great job of pulling them together, and we really need to look those over and address them each individually. And the thing about it is these challenges and you know, the idea that we need more design review and better safety, you know, developing all that is going to cost the city some money to do that. I think we need to get a better idea of what we're looking at when we talk about, you know, design review and safety standards and things of that nature, and you know, how we address you know, the street cleaning issues and whatever, all this stuff. So that's kind of on the to-do list for this ongoing conversation. So that's just kind of throwing a lot of stuff out there. This is a good start, and I think, you know, there's going to need to be more public input and more discussion, and find some ways to focus all these different issues.
Thank you. Councilmember Edwards?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'm seeing is that I would like to see that 5% cap come down to maybe 3% where we're at now, to cap it, because I would hate to see us lose more parking to get more complaints about that. I think we have a pretty good balance, and I think the businesses have had a chance to come forward who've been here for a while. New business hasn't, but I think that we have established a program. We've got pretty good actors out there that go with it, and that, to me, was the most frustrating thing to hear tonight, was that we are allowing these businesses to use public space to expand their business and to not respect us back in paying fees on time, to keeping up with the regulations. It just, I don't understand how a business can just ignore that leaf cleaning, to ignore the request for payments, because this is something that is granted to them by the city, by the residents of this town. And, you know, on the other side of that, I really feel that it does add, and when you look at the list of cities that have parklets, you can see why Healdsburg stands out. I mean, we are the most walkable. We really have that downtown feel. And one of the things I've heard since I've been in council all the time is that walkability. And you go back, and when you look at the history of the program, it's all been about keeping people activated downtown. The marketplace, all of those programs that previous councils have worked on so hard, I just think it just needs to be tightened up, so that we're really clear on what it is, and then maybe even limited to where we're at right now, because it is more difficult for our seniors to park. I grant that, and we're losing a few more spots at the senior center. So that's why I think that we could keep it capped, so that we're not losing any more parking spaces.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll weigh in as well. I mean, there's not a whole lot to add to what my fellow council members have already said, but I would say I definitely support the parklet program continuing. I do agree with a lot of the comments that it really adds vibrancy and excitement and happiness within our community. I know I've gone to Dustin's place a number of times and enjoyed it immensely, as well as others. So, you know, I think it really is important to keep, but at the same time, you've raised a number of important issues that, as we're doing this review, which we planned 2-3 years ago, we're going to review it. It's time to make some changes and make things a little more specific. And I definitely think that one of the things that we should be doing, one is requiring insurance. If we don't, I would have assumed that we did, but okay, good. The other thing would be a deposit. I think that that would be a significant amount, enough to pay the city to remove a parklet, or they lose it. It's like an apartment complex, deposit, right? You want to leave the place clean and neat, or you won't get it back. So I think that's an important piece that we should do as well. And then the safety issues, certainly, I think there's a lot of concerns about that, your recommendations, I would definitely agree. Like the encroachment permit, I don't know how difficult that is or what it would cost. Is that?
The biggest part of that would be submitting a traffic control plan, which you go to a certain manual, and it would include that, but it does increase the cost.
Right.
Because now they're typically hiring somebody to do their traffic control plan. It adds a significant cost.
And that's just for when.
But it's only when they assemble it and disassemble it.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I had a question that you talked about the landlord. I think Councilmember Hagley was talking about the landlord owning the building versus the tenant. And the parklet is leased by the tenant, right? Typically, assuming they're not the same, one and the same. So I wasn't sure what you were thinking about with the landlord piece of it.
Well, I think, I mean, I don't know if this is the case or not, but if you have an empty parklet and a landlord, you know, it stays there and a tenant turns over and the landlord's saying, hey, you lease this space, but then, oh, there's also a parklet, you know, and then build something into the rent. I just wanted to make sure, like, no, landlord, you have your space, but the parklet, the city is in control of that. I think, that's where the deposit language, the insurance language. I think the agreement right now, because we discussed this, I think in 22 about having to remove the parklet. Like, hey, this is city street, so if there's work that needs to be done, you have to remove the parklet, and it's your cost, right? I think that's already built into the existing agreement.
Correct.
So that's why you see some of these that are taken out where they're doing sewer work or whatever. But that's already in our existing language.
Okay.
So we've already kind of gone down that path. So if there's like areas that needs to get strengthened or clarified, I'm open to that. But again, I don't want to government it to death and
No, but we need to protect.
yeah.
I think also that the late fees for late payments, I think that's something that we should do. I would think that would, I don't know how much of a club that would be if it would work, but I think we should do that as well. I'm hearing a lot about the parklets that are empty or not utilized. To me, that makes no sense. If from an economic standpoint, why would someone have a parklet and not use it?
It's usually in the transition time.
Okay.
So, for example, there's a couple out there right now. What was Thumbprint, and they did things the right way. They contacted us. They let us know a lot of what Councilmember Hagley commented on. They maintained insurance. They had paid their fees, and they said this new tenant is going to own the parklet, but there's time. There can be a lot of time between there. And that's where the suggestion of maybe some other method of activating it or putting something in it is a good one. And the other option, which is what we had recommended, when a tenant leaves, the parklet leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And so either one of those will work. One can be a little bit of, government coming down, and if a tenant's moving in and they want to keep a parklet, it seems ridiculous to make them take it apart and put it back. But it is definitely a solution, and it prevents the problems that we're talking about where the owner may use it as part of the sale or who knows what. So there are a couple different ways to handle that.
Yeah, could you have a time limit on like 30 days? If it's not turned over in 30 days, you
We can
remove
put
it?
anything in writing, it becomes in the enforcement, and, we just need a couple more weeks. We're having a problem with this or that, or we're making renovations.
Okay. Yeah. The other thing that we heard a lot in the feedback was some of the parklets, the look, that they're not clean and neat and, representing Healdsburg in the way that we would hope to. And so that the design piece sort of is interesting to me, but I also can see that might be a little over the top. So is there somewhere in between that we can work on that?
The current guidelines are actually pretty good. We could look at them, maybe a little bit of tweak, but it really comes back again to enforcement. So we go out there and say, hey, you should probably paint this. I don't have time, or I'll get to it, or, and again, the vast majority of the park owners have been fabulous. It's just, you set the rules for the exceptions.
And
so I think we can figure that out.
Okay. I also think limiting the number of parklets is also appropriate. Whether it's limit to what we have now or the cap that we've talked about, that would be a lot more. That would be almost double the spaces that we're utilizing now. So I'm not sure I like that idea. But, whether it's grandfathered in with who's there now, transfer it.
I actually had a comment on that. I think I want to be careful about capping it to where we are now, because again, with everything, the context of where we are, what's going on, I think it's important to leave room for creativity, something that we have that could be inspired, somebody's inspired by a space, to your point, business owner around the corner, well, it's not fair, they don't have one. Well, it may not be the time for them to do one right now, but down the road it might be. And I want to be careful that we're not restricting that inspiration and creativity that could be presented. And so that's where I hesitate to say, well, we have this many, let's stop. I think we're, as we're looking at this program, it's clear that, it's kind of settling where it's at,
Yeah.
So I don't know if everything needs to be completely regulated down to, the minutia on some of that, where you're talking about a cap. We have a 5% cap. It's 71 parking spots out of the 980.
I think it's like 1,412,
Yeah.
something like that.
And so we're not even hitting that just with, if we didn't have a cap, we're still at 40 parking spots. So I just had when we suggested the cap, it was, kind of, all right, well, let's come up with something. But I would hesitate at this point to put in a cap. It's not like we have like a flood of people wanting to do parklets.
Yeah, maybe now's not the time, but
And not every spot works for a
Yeah.
parklet, not every business.
Yeah. Could I finish?
Sorry.
No, that's, everybody wants to talk, but I want to at least finish what I had to say. So, and then the other thing I wanted to mention, which Vice Mayor sort of touched on a little bit, is the Foley Pavilion. When it comes online, West Plaza parking lot will be free to everyone because it won't be taken with the farmer's market. And on Tuesdays, they won't be taking spaces downtown either because their market will be at the Foley Pavilion. So I think and if people are going to go to things at the Foley Pavilion, they're probably going to be more likely to use the City Hall parking lot now. So we've actually got quite a bit of parking that people just don't use. So that's just, they're not right in front of the building, but the West Plaza parking lot is pretty close to the plaza. So I think that's something to consider as well. Also, I think, yes, it worked during COVID. And I was on the council with David when that was happening, and it was a lot of work. People really had to think things through to get it to do that. But to keep our businesses viable was really critical, obviously. And even though COVID is over now, we have other health things. We also are the businesses are also facing other challenges now with the wine industry, with the problems that they're having, as well as we don't know what's going to happen with tourism, right? Countries are saying, don't come to the US. So what's going to happen there? So I don't think this is the time to change this, limit this too much. So, I just want us to think about all of that because our businesses are a very important revenue source too. One last thing. I understand, even though the rent of the $300 and something thousand is going into the general fund, it's kind of earmarked for the potential of redoing the West Plaza parking lot, which is about $1 million project. So I know that helps with that financial piece too, right?
I wouldn't use the term earmarked, but yes, it helps. It's money going into the general fund. And yes, the city very much is accumulating funds to work on that parking lot.
Yeah, so that's another good thing about all of this. So Councilmember Edwards, I think, and then Councilmember Hill.
Yeah, just, I'm thinking that losing, if we go up to the full 5%, that's another 30 parking spots. And our senior center is very vibrant. We have lots, it's easy to say for somebody who's able to walk that distance, but with a little age, those joints start aching a little bit more. It's a little difficult to walk. We did put the loading zone in front of the senior citizen to help, but then you've got maybe somebody who's got to walk a little further. So if we could just consider that in mind, that we are an aging city and our tourism tends to be a little older population. It's why we do so well. So, when we're considering these things, just keep those residents in mind.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Have we seen any applications for new parklets in the last year? Are we getting additional interest?
We've had one come in and ultimately not build, not related to any of the requirements. We had one winery moved from one location to another, and so they went through the parklet process. But I don't think we've had any since Angelus
And that was
went in. Something like that.
Okay. I just wanted to ask because I feel like we're not seeing this floodgates issue that we're trying to legislate against. And so I think if it's maybe one a year, right? If that, then
yeah,
great. And we probably are going to lose a year, too. Maybe.
That's kind of staff's perception of it, is that it's probably kind of at its natural limit right now unless something else changes, which could happen.
Thanks.
Yeah, that makes sense. So do you have the direction you were seeking?
Actually, that was great. There will definitely be a item brought back. I'll work with the city manager. I think we're probably really close, actually. So thank you for that. Very helpful. And just to waste another 15 seconds of your time, I wanted to respond to some of the comments. The daylighting, we already did look at that. We'll take a second look. None of the parklets need to be moved because of that. And again, remember the law is on the approach side to the intersection, not the departure side. So think Leoco side, not Villette side, where that distance is required. The weight of the planters, completely agreed with everything Dustin said, but the additional weight which is required on all parklets, all of them have some kind of filled planters. They are not going to stop a car. They're simply so someone, when they're running into it, knows they hit something. Because if it's just a bunch of 2x4s, you can roll right through it. If it's, thousands of pounds of weight, you're going to feel it and you will hit the brakes. So just wanted to clarify that. And apologize for the 48 versus 40 misleading. That was just an error on our part. And yes, we keep insurance. And yes, the current vacant ones have insurance on file.
Great. Thank you for all of that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, so now we have the L&M quarterly update with Housing Director Steven Sotomayor and Margaret Slyke.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Steven Sotomayor, Housing Director. Today we have the L&M quarterly update for the Q3, and I'm going to go ahead and hand off the presentation to Margaret Slyke, who is the CEO of Reach for Home.
Hi, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm going to go really quick through this because a lot of it is numbers on a slide, which you all had and probably read already, but I'm going to point out some things towards the end of the presentation that are more updates that I think you're going to really want to hear about. So next slide. Overview for those that don't know, the L&M Village is an interim housing program here in Healdsburg where residents can stay for 30 days and up to 6 months. But if they're working on their goals and such, a lot of the stays end up being more like 9 months because it takes a while to get people housed. So that's just an overview of what the L&M is, and this is just the agenda. You can go to the next slide. Program outcomes, interim housing units in Northern Sonoma County increased to over 46 units. December 9th of 2024, we launched the Keep People Housed initiative, which is an initiative led by COTS. And Reach for Home is the Northern Sonoma County lead for that project. Basically, people can fill out an application online. We have case management services for up to 3 months that can help people stabilize, increase their income, and ultimately avoid eviction. It actually had such a huge turnout of applications that the criteria for qualifying has had to increase over time. So it's to the point, and we don't set that criteria. COTS is helping manage that, but there's a certain scoring mechanism. So it's been a great program, but it has been, the funds have been depleted quicker than we thought that they would. So to qualify, it's harder than it was in the beginning. And so we're still looking for more homeless prevention funding. We had our point in time count in January 2025. I'll give you an update on that in a little bit. And we're hiring a case manager, supportive services assistant, and if anybody knows anybody, it is taking us a while to hire those positions. mental health internship program. We had a lot of success with our first intern for mental health services who just ended her stint with us, and we're looking for another intern and to expand the internship program. So working with Healthcare Foundation of Northern Sonoma County and other people like that to get a pipeline of mental health interns. We expanded our services to include in-person and telehealth, including psychologist appointments to help expedite access to medication, and then the case managers being able to help people adhere to their medication. And we actually have our first appointments tomorrow going to those services. And I'll actually be transporting them. So I'll get to see it firsthand. Russian river keepers are continuing to keep the river clean and free of unauthorized access. I'll have an update for the SIAR encampment resolution funding here in a moment also. Go ahead. Next slide. These are just the numbers. These are always cumulative. So since the start of the program, and you can see those numbers there, we have served 93 individuals. We have served, I would say that the last quarter has been a little slower than some quarters because we have not had any vouchers infused into the county in quite some time. So people are staying a little bit longer at the L&M because there aren't as many options for them to move. We have had 44 total successful exits to housing. So, we're just below 50%, which is an extremely high number of people moving from an intern housing shelter program into permanent housing. Those percentages are usually, Stephen might be able to chime in, but I think usually around 20% or something like that. So this is an extremely successful percentage of people moving to permanent housing. Like I said, housing vouchers are dried up. Health and wellness, people are getting access to mental health and to physical health. They're increasing their income, and we are helping get them into more social services still. So those numbers are continuing to rise. Next. This number has stayed the same. We continue to represent the community that we serve and the community that Northern Sonoma County reflects. And so we really haven't had any big changes in the people we're serving as far as their ethnicity or their race. This is just a recap of all of our supportive services. The slide's always in here, and it's more just to remind people what the services are that we offer. So I'm not going to read through it, but it is in the slide packet so that if people are wondering what we're offering, they can reference it. This is the funding, so I'll let Stephen quickly chime in here to go over this slide.
Sure, and I think what I would point out here is the most important piece of this is that county operating funding. Currently, we have a contract with the county through the end of June for funding for the L&M Village that we renegotiated with them. We recently just sent a request for multi-year funding. I think it's been a little bit difficult with the change in directors. We've made the pitch to about 3 different people now and looking forward to making the same pitch on the 4th. But the new director is in. We reached out to see if we can schedule a meeting to talk about the L&M Village. Our hope is that they will give us a multi-year funding contract, but the most important thing is to secure our next year operational funding before the end of June. So that's an ongoing process. I don't have the indication that they won't at this point, but they also haven't given me an indication that they will. So that's still ongoing.
Next slide. So when I get to this slide, I just want to kind of expand on some of this because a lot has been changing over the past few weeks, days, hours, minutes. So yes, all of these things are still obvious challenges that we're facing, but I just want to give everyone some context to where we are with challenges. We're now seeing our food bank that doesn't, have enough food. We're seeing, less and less food come. We use probably 30 to 40 boxes a week at the L&M for food. And we're getting, 1 week, 6 eggs per person. This week, no eggs, So it's dwindling. And the stories you're hearing, I'm seeing that they're true. So we have to prepare ourselves to help supplement some of that going forward if it continues. We also don't, like I said earlier, we have no vouchers. We thought by now we would start to see vouchers come through the county, trickle down through the state. And there are vouchers sitting there, but they're completely frozen because nobody knows what's going to happen with funding. So they're not giving them out, they're not allocating them, and we're certainly not confident at all that we're going to get more housing vouchers in the next 3 years, 3.5 years. So we have to plan for that. That's our pipeline. We had a huge infusion of housing vouchers about 1.5 years ago. We got more housing vouchers in northern Sonoma County than anywhere else in the county. And we are probably not going to see housing vouchers. So we have to think about that. And that is definitely a new challenge that we're really starting to worry about. And if someone loses a housing voucher, they're not reissuing them either. So it's more critical than ever for us to work with the participants to make sure that they don't do anything to lose their housing voucher, because if they do, they have no other options. So that's a huge challenge. We also the county's funding is less, so we are going to see a cut in county funding, not specifically for the L&M or anything that Stephen's talking about, so I don't want confusion to happen, but just for our main programs in general, we're seeing cuts there. We are also seeing donors shifting their priorities because their stocks are tanking. And so, and also there's these new concerns coming up like food banks, right? So we're just in a really scary time. Anything in the city of Healdsburg and whatnot. In the meantime, the next slide has some information on it, I believe. Is there another slide? Okay, no problem. Well, the next slide has some information on it, and it's information that was from the last point in time count. So really the information on this slide is, I can talk without it. This year we did the point in time count, and it shows a significant decrease in northern Sonoma County. Those numbers officially won't be out until I think July or August or something like that. But when they come out, we're really expecting them to be quite a bit lower than in the past. So we are continuing to reduce the number of people who are literally unsheltered. Our by names list, which is the list with all of the people who are unsheltered in northern Sonoma County on it, have 56 literally homeless individuals right now for northern Sonoma County. And the thing to point out about that is that that is only within 5 to 10 people of what is in coordinated entry. So that tells us that we're really pretty close to knowing who all the people are who are unsheltered in the area, and we're keeping up with that list, and we're getting them into coordinated entry, which is the county housing pipeline. So that's also a really good percentage, and the whole county is really trying to hone in on that. During our count, the point in time count that took place January 2025, our team went out, as well as volunteers and guides. We worked through all of northern Sonoma County in partnership with the county, and we walked the entire river from Amy's to Badger Park, all the way to, we also did the whole area near Kinley. There were no people between Amy's and Badger Park. Nobody was there. We went to the courtyard, nobody was there. Humane Society, I think there was like one person maybe on the other side down there. We have 2 people who are still on the Sire property. They have been our holdouts this entire time. So we've, been able to successfully interim or house over 40 people there. There are 2 people who are there, and one is expanding their footprint. And I just want to point out for people who are concerned about that the Sheriff's Department does have a no trespass order issued by SIAR. Reach for Home is not an enforcement body. We are a body of people who can help get these people into housing if they choose. If they don't choose, then that is a sheriff's enforcement issue, and it isn't something that I don't even think the Healdsburg Police Department has jurisdiction over. So I just want people to understand that if they see some people out by Kinley still, there are 2 of them that I know of for sure, and it is something that the Sheriff's Department could help us with. And we have been nudging them, but if people want to try to affect that change, that's where the change would be. Just because I know that comes up frequently. People have asked us for information on how the money has been spent for the encampment resolution funding. We've paid for hotel stays, food repairs, maintenance on our existing units due to wear and tear, river cleaning, case management, street outreach, just to name a few high-level things that the $2.7 million went to. But what people don't understand is that on top of all of this, we currently have 18 master lease units being paid for by this grant for additional interim housing in Northern Sonoma County. And when you break it down with the house that we were able to also purchase through the encampment resolution funding, we have added 23 units to our interim housing pipeline. In Northern Sonoma County, the LNM has 23 units. So we've doubled the LNM through this encampment resolution funding. So I just want to put it into perspective because I know that you probably get a lot of questions. I've seen Facebook posts and different, concerned citizens just wondering, where did this money go? That's where the money went. So think about what it costs to purchase the LNM and think of the amount of the funding through this grant and how we've been able to leverage that. Now, to be fair, the challenge is when the grant money goes away, we have to find private funding or funding to continue the master leases. And we are aware of that, and we are looking for solutions to find private funding to continue the program. But I just, when you really look and do the math, it's like, wow. So, there's 46 interim housing units in Northern Sonoma County now. So, and that is thanks to the encampment resolution grant. So I just wanted to give you some updates on those things. The rest of it is really up on the slides, and I know that it's been a long night, so that's all I have.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work. It is a little frightening where we are today, right? How are we going to keep this going? And do you want to mention your fundraiser that's coming up?
Oh, well, thank you. We have our Harp. And thank you so much to the community that always comes out to support that. That's a huge reason why we have such a success in the numbers as well. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there questions from council?
For those 23 units of interim housing that's not the LNM, what's the annual ongoing cost for those?
A little over $250,000 right now.
Annually?
Mm-hmm.
So that's all you would need to maintain them when this grant runs out is $250,000?
At this point, mm-hmm. Yes.
And the Measure O funds that the county accumulates through sales tax revenue across the region, is interim housing one of the things that Measure O funds could be used for?
It is. If there's a NOFA that goes out that we can apply to it, that's certainly a funding source we would apply to for.
Got it. And it's a 1/4% sales tax. So it's like $33 million a year that the county's accruing for homelessness, behavioral health. And this would be $250,000 out of like a $30 to $35 million annual number. So hopefully our friends at the county will, great.
Yes.
Thanks.
Questions? No. So we'll open this up to public comment. Welcome.
Dan Pizza from Kennedy Lane. I'm going to talk about the Sire property also. It's been a problem for over a decade, and I was really excited in September of 23 when you announced that you got 2.7 million to rehome all of them. And I came here in January of 24 because the population actually went up about by 9. And you were doing a piecemeal relocation that just wasn't working. You said it'd be a few more months before you had them all out. And I've contacted you. And it's always next month, next month. Anyhow, I went by with my dog today. And there was at least 4 camps still there. I don't know how many people are living there. Trash all over the place. A lot of propane tanks, evidence of open fires. They're still using our river as a toilet. Anyhow, I don't know why they're still there. You got $2.7 million to move them. And, it's just the same excuse every month. It's ironic because May 1st, the Fisherman's Gate across from my house closes, and I don't have access to the river for 6 months. I could hit it with a rock from my front yard, but I can't get to it. But you know who does have access to it is the homeless campers who you paid $2.7 million to rehome. I just don't think this is fair. I think something should be done. You have the law on your side, you have the money, you have the resources. I don't know how much longer you're going to drag this on. If it takes the council calling the sheriff to get him out of there, I think it needs to be done. You mentioned mental trauma. What about the trauma of the residents? What about the trauma of from Amy's Wicked Slush that had her place burned down by the Sire homeless? What about the woman that was sexually assaulted with a gun and they caught the suspect at the Sire camps? Think about us for a change. It's time to really get these people out of there. I don't want to be insensitive, but they have a place to go. I mean, you're keeping them camped outside rather than giving them a home that's paid for. The other thing is summer's coming. If the camps are still there, there's going to be more homeless coming in, and you know that. Over a year ago, we were talking about putting up signage, fences, having patrols. You can't do any of that as long as there's still homeless there. So please get the job done that you were paid to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? No? Okay, I'll bring it back to council. For comments, questions? Councilor?
Say that your rate of how many people are being housed coming out of the shelter is amazing. It is so off the charts compared to every other interim housing shelter I've ever seen. I think you guys should feel really good about the number of folks who are transitioning to housing through the shelter. And you can see it and experience it all over town, from the crisis that we were hearing years ago when we first were moving towards opening the site to where we are.
Councilmember Haley.
Yeah, I just wanted to share my appreciation for the work that you're doing, because it isn't easy. And I appreciate the public comment because there is frustration, and we've heard it for a long time on different issues, and we've clearly moved the needle. We, meaning a lot of what you've been doing and navigating through the funding, and also the additional interim housing and supportive housing that's in the pipeline. And I think I keep coming back to, I kind of referenced during the parklets discussion where some of the issues that aren't issues in different areas. But what I keep coming back to, I think it was your last meeting, or it might have been that presentation that I went to at L&M, where you were really excited about being able to house people that have been on the river for 30 years. And that's a tremendous challenge. And now that they're housed and they're getting, comfortable not living on the river, that you can then start to pivot your focus to people that are just falling into homelessness. Somebody in an abusive relationship or something that is a lot easier to then get back into housing versus somebody that's been living outside for 30 years. So I focus on that. I mean, it's clear it's not done. There's still work to do, just as Dan had mentioned. And I appreciate you, focusing on addressing those as much as you can. But I share that excitement with being able to pivot the role of Reach for Home in the long term. And who knows, what could be done with that, where L&M Village is in terms of going up, and that's way down the road, but it's exciting to think of where we were 8 years ago when the Northern Sonoma County kind of overlapping services was, fighting for the same dollar, to where this kind of coordinated effort has come. And so I just wanted to share that and, support your continued efforts.
Thank you. Councilmember Edwards, and then Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to know that I care what you're going through. I mean, you've been working to get at the top of this hill, and now all of a sudden the hill has been made steeper. that with the uncertainty, and especially with the food programs, that is a challenge facing a number of food banks. And I hope we get to the point of where we're able to resolve this, because I'd hate to see some of your residents feel that they can go out and get food, or be in a position where they feel that they have to go out and be back on the street to get food again. I don't know what the real solution to that is. And I know it's really frustrating, because we can see something that's the county. We can see it from our city. It goes through our city, but yet we don't have the full control of it. Our police chief can't go out and do it. I mean, we're really dependent on the sheriff, and I hope that maybe they are hearing this and hearing our citizen ask for their help. Is really what we're doing, is asking for that last little step. I mean, you've gotten so close, down to 2 people. It's a testament to what you've been doing. I mean, you are really working, but there are just some situations that are difficult. That's why there's the 2 there. So I hope that you can get the support from the sheriff's department to help you continue your work. Thank you.
I'll make it short. I appreciate everything that's been said so far, but I just want to reiterate my gratitude for the work that you're doing. It's deeply important to our community as a whole. It's deeply humane, and I hope that when those donor dollars become more scarce, they recognize that the support for your program is helping the people who need it really the very most. And you have an amazing track record of help that I hope people will recognize. And so, I could go on. I'm not going to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'll echo that. It really is sad that the goalpost keeps getting moved, right? As you make such great progress, and then now this. And I worry about you. I worry about your staff, kind of the, fatigue that goes along with the compassion that you have to have every day. So I hope there's something in there that takes care of everybody on the staff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we actually for the first time this year put a little budget line item in for staff retention, because we do realize that if we lose the people that got us to where we are, we'll have to, we have a really good team and we can't lose people. So to your point, we're making an effort there.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And thank you for that. And thank you, Stephen, as well.
Thank you. And yeah, I just, to Mr. Pizza's point, I would really encourage support with the Sheriff's Department. If anyone has any way to help that, give me a call and I would be happy to partner. So thank you.
Good. Thank you. I don't know. I'm sorry, you get one chance at it. So moving on then. Thank you. Oh. Okay. So now we move on to appointments of City Selection Committee and Mayors and Council Members Association Board of Directors. City Clerk Raina Allen.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I do not have a formal presentation for you this evening. The slide in front of you contains the appointments you need to discuss, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
I would support Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Yay.
It was a struggle.
I appreciate that.
And then I would support Jeff Okrepke. He did quite a bit of work after the Tubbs fire, and so he has a lot of experience there. So those are my two that I would like to put forward.
Okay, let's do them one at so we'll do Measure H first. So
I'd like to hear a little more, because I was, looking at the qualifications of the people for Measure H. I know you've got great background skills and everything, so I'm kind of torn. I'd like to hear from Jeff Okrepke and Sandra Lowe, who's worked on a lot of different fire agencies. So I'd like to hear what my other council members feel.
Councilmember Kelly. Oh, Vice Mayor. Go for it.
Okay, well, besides the obvious appointment of Mitchell that I support, I am leaning, a tough decision here, good people, lots of them, and I'm leaning towards Sandra Lowe because I appreciate that Sonoma and Healdsburg have a lot in common, and I think that her experience from that community would help her to lend support to ours.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, I think, a lot of what Measure H oversight is going to be I think about what's this role and how do we ensure that, it's going to be successful. And I think a lot about the Measure O oversight board, which is, different purpose, but similar sales tax that we're using as a countywide to try to get some of these services that are really needed in different parts of the county. Both and Sandra Lowe and Jeff Okrepke both served on LAFCO doing some of the agency. We've had so much agency consolidation happen in fire service over the last handful of years. And it's been, you think about Sonoma County, we have 41 school districts. Maybe that's not the most efficient thing to have that many districts in one county. Same thing, we've had all of these historic fire districts, a lot of which were all volunteer run. And the volunteer programs are all kind of dwindling now. And so they've really struggled to have fire service that would meet the needs of residents. And so they consolidated a lot of districts. The districts have all reformed. And then the way that the money is going to be allocated and how it's apportioned between cities like ours receiving funds versus the county, what they're going to be doing, some of the vegetation management and prevention programs. So I think there's definitely a great opportunity to ensure that as this is getting implemented, that it gets done, right from the jump. And I think a lot of our residents are going to be looking for that too. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are very keen to make sure, because this is it's not the 30 million, it's 60 million, right? The quarter-cent sales tax is a half-cent sales tax each year. So it's a lot of money that they're going to have oversight over. And I have a lot of confidence in Mayor Mitchell's abilities and especially with her financial background. It is a tough one. I do think that we've got some great applicants. I know Jeff Okrepke, he sits on the public safety subcommittee for Santa Rosa, and I've actually attended, watched some of their meetings before and kind of seen him in action. I sit with him on SCTA as well as Sandra Lowe, so I have worked with both of them. And I think Sandra is really sharp, and I think she's going to be able to really navigate some of those challenging situations, especially if there's pushback from if there's concerns about how the money is being apportioned. So I think between the two of them, I think they're both really strong candidates. I tend to support Jeff Okrepke because I think, he does have that experience in working in partnership with public safety, with 1401 and with LAFCO. But I think Sandra Lowe also comes with a really strong skill set. So, I know we can only vote for two, but I know Mayor Mitchell, when she goes voting for either, but I would say probably my two votes are for Mayor Mitchell and Jeff Okrepke.
Okay, so I'm hearing, Ron, did you say that those were your two as well?
Yeah. I just wanted to get some more information. I appreciate Councilmember Kelly, that in-depth background of working with them, which I have not experienced, and I appreciate that, so I can go support Jeff Okrepke.
Yeah, I think this committee this first round of this committee will be developing the process, right? And what to look at and how to look at it. And so this is an important part. This first go, we're going to set this, not me necessarily. They're going to set the standard for what's going to be in the future. So I think I would support myself and Jeff. I think he's got a lot of good experience. So, and then Sandra, I would say
No opposition then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's good.
And so then the next one is the North. I think Sandra.
Finish it and then go through.
Well, we said me, Jeff, and Sandra. No? Yes?
Oh, okay.
Are you okay with that?
I mean, I think that Sebastopol council meeting must have been interesting with two council. I guess they just picked.
They picked
two,
them.
probably. Yeah. I served as mayor in 2019 when NISA was mayor as well during Kincaid Fire. So there's some experience there. So I'd be open to considering her as an alternate as well.
Since we have 4 for Sandra, I think, as third, I'll put Nisa. I mean, when's this going to happen, right? That we'll need 4, but you never know. Because it could get split. It is getting split already. I watched a few of the meetings. Okay, so North Bay Division of the League of Cities, what is this, CC? The
League of California Cities.
League of California Cities, thank you. Executive Board, 2 seats, Susan Harvey, Katati, Janice Cater Thompson Petaluma, or Stephen Zolman Sebastopol. Any thoughts on those? So we got 2.
Yeah, I'd recommend Janice Cater Thompson and Stephen Zolman.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I agree on Thompson. I'm leaning towards Susan Harvey.
Same. Sorry.
So what was that again? So Thompson and then Susan Harvey. I put my fingers on the right keys. I have no idea what I just typed. Okay. Did you say that as well?
Same, Susan Harvey and Janice Thompson.
And Ariel?
Same. They've been serving in the role, so they're kind of like the incumbents, and I think they've been doing a good job. So I feel like if we went a different direction, it'd be kind of like indicating that they aren't doing a good job, and I think they are.
Okay. Do we want, well, I guess Stephen Zolman would be the third if we needed to. Okay. Sonoma County Ag Preservation and Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee, John Shribs, Petaluma, Karen New, Petaluma, and Marjorie Morgenstern for Cloverdale.
I picked Marjorie from Cloverdale for 1.
Me too. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. There's too many people. I mean, that committee is mostly Petaluma, right? So it'd be nice to get someone from north. So
Who is
Marjorie.
further north than Petaluma between John and Karen?
They have a lot of exciting open space happening, stuff happening in Cloverdale.
Yeah, they
I'd
do.
like to see
Okay.
that support.
Who, there's 2 seats, so who's our second? I don't really know either one of the, I know Karen a little bit, but.
I didn't hear from either of them.
Mm-mm.
I don't know, Karen.
I know dealer's choice.
So John, okay,
Okay.
and then Karen. Okay. Thank you.
Public comment.
Oh, yes, I'll open this up to public comment.
Great kids.
And seeing none, I'll bring it back. That's always the easier. So now we'll move on to council discussion on, I don't believe we do, right?
No, it's okay.
Right, it's just direction to me.
Yep.
Right, okay. So council discussion on potential outreach material related to immigration policies and resources, City Manager Kay and Vice Mayor Herod. Other way around.
Well, I'm just came back before us, and then if it's okay with the mayor, I'll turn it over to the vice mayor. Just a reminder, as you saw in the staff report, this was a request of the council 2 meetings ago, 3 meetings relatively recently, to agendize a discussion on this topic. And so a majority of the council agreed to that. So we put it on the agenda. Council policy is that we won't do any work until you all have an initial conversation and then can provide direction if appropriate. So that's why you got an abbreviated staff report, both in your packet and right now. But of course, we're here to assist in the conversation if we can.
Okay, well, so thank you for allowing this to come to this agenda as an item. And just briefly, there's 2 paths that I've identified to address a worry that we're all aware of many, many people in our community who are concerned about immigration policy coming down from the federal government right now. And one is some people have asked for a sanctuary city proclamation, and there's a lot of good arguments against that. It creates a target. It doesn't change the laws. And those are the two main ones. So I'm just going briefly here. But in order to express the support of leadership to this population and those people adjacent to them, which is almost everybody in this community, I think it's important that we as a council present a communication that goes directly to people. So social media, it only reaches a few people. The police chief and the city manager have addressed this issue, and their comments were welcome and very supportive. But I think it's important that we take an extra step and authorize the expenditure to send a mailer to people that offers our support. And so the way I imagine it, assuming that there's support to do this, we should have a conversation on the content. The way I imagine it is 3 parts. One is a basic statement of support, but also a very brief overview. Real estate is an issue here, okay? Because we're going to do Spanish and English, so we're not writing a book here, right? So we have to, it's got to be something very quick and easy to read. So the first section would go over, provide an overview of the pertinent legal situation, maybe worthwhile to bring up something along the lines of, you don't need to allow anybody in your house unless they have a warrant. That warrant needs to be signed by a judge. You should say so. This is really important advice for people who are concerned about this stuff. And we know that there's been abuses on that particular point, so that might be something worth including. Second section should be statements, I think, from the mayor, police chief, prominent Latino leader, and we can figure out who wants to, who should do that. And then the third section should be resources. So it could be, in addition to Corazon, Sonoma County legal assistance, and then maybe there's a third one. We don't want to overdo it. We could probably come up with a list with 10 phone numbers, right? But I think it needs to be brief and to the point to be effective. So that's kind of how I imagine it. And, so I guess the conversation should be, do we want to do this? And 2, what kind of direction should we give staff in terms of the content?
Great, thank you. So do we have comment? Councilmember Hagley?
So in terms of clarification, I want to be careful in terms of advice that we're giving. Obviously it's got to be cleared through our city attorney. But, in terms of, I'm trying to understand, are you wanting the city to make a statement, which we did and we've done in 2017 after public hearing, we've done that. The local law enforcement, they've put out a statement and kind of outlining where they stand. So I'm wondering, okay, not what's the purpose of this, but what are we duplicating efforts?
Absolutely, definitely, and we have to, and that needs to be in the mail, because the other communications are not, they're not arriving at people's homes in Spanish. Mm-hmm. And so that's the point. And it's also, those statements provided a lot of facts and so on, but I think probably the strongest component of this, and what I've heard from that community and their representatives, is they need to know that the leadership of our community understands their legal rights and supports them. It's nothing beyond that, but that's really important. And there's a lot of people who are missing that. They feel alone. They feel like they don't know if the people in charge are concerned about their interests.
Councilmember Kelly and then Ron.
I think that sending a mailer, I support the idea, certainly. I think knowing the audience of who we're mailing towards, I think that, yes, it's important to have a statement that's probably in a lot of ways reiterating the statements that you're talking about, Councilmember Higley, about what the council stated publicly in 2017 and what our law enforcement leadership stated more recently. I don't think it hurts to reiterate those statements. I do think that there are some really specific resources that we can point people to, like the Rapid Response Network hotline, even for immigrants, but also for those who want to volunteer, or kind of like a see something, say something phone number with respect to immigration and customs enforcement. I think the most important thing that I think for everyone in our community and for public safety is that people feel confident that when they call to report a crime in our community, if they're victims of a crime, that they know that they can report and that they are safe, and that there will be no questions asked about their immigration status, which is what keeps the rest of our community safe. And when we get into a situation where victims of crime don't feel safe coming forward because they're worried about their own immigration status or that of their kids, then we all are at risk of having, crimes happening in our community that are going unreported, or people who don't want to cooperate with an investigation that may be impacting others in the community. So I do think it's one of those things where, even if someone says, I don't identify as an immigrant, I can't think of someone I know, which is obviously not true. This community is so tight knit. Everybody knows someone who's really concerned right now, and it's impacting a lot of the kids in our schools as well. Excuse me. But I think knowing that there really are a lot of secondary and tertiary impacts to what is happening, like as it relates to law enforcement's ability to have community members cooperate with investigations, I think it's worthwhile to have that outreach. And I don't think that the expense, of sending mail is something that should deter us from doing that kind of outreach. I also just think in general right now, having a positive message about hope in our community, even at a time when maybe some people aren't feeling very hopeful at all, I think it can help just try to build a sense of camaraderie and community in a really dark time.
Can I just comment on that? Yeah, thank you. That piece about being comfortable reporting crimes, if you're a victim or a witness, is super central. And so, I think that's got to be a huge part of it. But also, it's safe to go to the hospital. Some people don't want to go to the hospital because they don't want to have to give their names or whatever. And a lot of these fears that maybe look irrational from our perspective, but I think it's worth addressing. Going to school, going to work. Some people are it's certainly if events happen in our area, the fear level is going to go much higher. And so, what we can actually say that's helpful about those things, we'll have to figure that out and I'm sure that the SAM will be helpful in this regard, because nothing is for sure, right? We can't make promises about everything, but I think it is important to know that to express that we're on their side, and we understand, that we want to make sure everybody can continue to contribute to the community and stay safe, stay healthy, go to school.
Are you thinking a separate mailer or like a bright yellow insert page insert?
Talking to city manager, separate mailer. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
So I just want to say too, yeah, I support the concept, and as long as there's some helpful information too, and we're not just, I guess a show of support is important. I know it's important, but to also be able to provide some information on this, as you've suggested.
Yeah, phone numbers, websites. Yeah.
And you said something like, if you see something, say something. These days now where people are getting plucked off the streets and sent away, yeah, that's kind of the message too. If you, I don't know if you want to scare people anymore, that you see these guys, masks and whatnot, walking up to you. Well, hopefully that won't happen here, but it is happening.
Well, and I think that was Carla's message. The district attorney was, just kind of stay calm. Don't get worked up and, people getting plucked off the streets. I haven't heard about that happening in Sonoma County. So we need to be careful about those kind of statements, because you as mayor are making that, so I think that's where what we're doing here, we need to be careful about. And I appreciate your point about being positive and pointing out some of these things because, you know, I think it goes back to that we don't want to perpetuate the fear part. And, you know, the city has been, you know, and I remember sitting, I think it's probably right in the seat, and it was a packed house. And I remember saying specifically when we did the proclamation, like that literally is a piece of paper. Actions speak louder than words. And our city, time and again, has proven that, you know, we take that proclamation seriously in terms of how we treat our community. Everybody's welcome, you know, try to be inclusive. And, you know, we've seen from our police updates and the reports how fair our police officers are. And, you know, including the community outreach meetings that they have done to be proactive in going into a community that traditionally comes from countries where the politicians are on the take, you can't trust them. The police officers are on the take, you can't trust them. To here in the United States where no, you can trust us, and what can we do to help, you know, you feel comfortable with that.
Could I ask Chief Jenkins if there's any uptick that he's seen in this kind of activity, or what are your thoughts about this?
So as far as I know, there's been no uptick in immigration enforcement across this region. In talking with our federal partners who are stationed in the Santa Rosa and Greater Bay Area, their direction from their command staff is to be targeted on violent criminals in conjunction with any immigration enforcement.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Ron?
Yeah, I wanted to say that, you know, this is one of those times to where the mayor can be the consoler, kind of speak the voice. You know, we went around this, but I think that having that come from the mayor just gives a nice little reassurance to the community.
And what I heard is, yeah, there's a real need for that. And so I appreciate your willingness to cooperate with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's what do we need to do at this point to make this happen?
I think there's a few ways we could play this. First off, I'm listening closely. The only reason we're not scribbling notes furiously is because we will also go back and revisit the video and take all of your points seriously. So we're listening carefully and eager to be, I think, supportive of this general effort. And so I think we've heard good feedback about what should be included. I heard, you know, 3 potentially quotes, statements from key leaders, 2 of which are in this room, and I don't sense any objection to that. In terms of an affirmation of our values, a statement, I understand that there could be value for just a firm statement from city leaders, and also reference to resources and key information if we can. Obviously, we'll not make any legal claims without A, running it through the city attorney, and B, just being cautious. The last thing we want to do is to steer people astray. So I think we can do that. I think we can do a good job of that. I hear it's a mailer, I think implied as a mailer to all households in Healdsburg, and I think we can make that happen. Just procedurally then, I guess my question for the council would be, we're prepared to run with that. And I think we can do a good job of that. If you want the urgency, I know there's urgency. I think exactly what that means is hard to know. So really, I think my question at this point is, if you want, we'll take that and run with it. If the council would like to have a follow-up conversation, I am always a little bit leery of editing from the dais, but I also appreciate this is sensitive. So we could take it either way. We can run with this and get something done as quickly as we can and get it in the mail, or we could get something agendized for an upcoming meeting and put something in front of all of you. I think either option is fine.
I would think that, yeah, editing from the dais is never a good idea, but I do think that maybe having Vice Mayor Herod be part of the development of this, and maybe one other council member, me.
Well, if
maybe.
Mayor Mitchell's signing it,
Yeah.
a good subcommittee.
Yeah.
Thank you. I promise not to be obtrusive or micromanaging with that task, but I would appreciate that little bit of oversight. I'd also like to ask if Marcy Flores can participate. My conversations with her were a big part of me bringing this item up. So, and I think her input would be valuable to us.
So
the ad hoc subcommittee sounds like will be the mayor and the vice mayor, and certainly fine to ask for input from the community members you mentioned.
Thank you.
Can I just add one
Yes.
thing? And just for information, the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office, their website does have a whole section devoted to immigration that has a lot of useful information on there as well.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's very good.
Good. So I'll open this up to public comment and now bring it back. So do you just need direction? Do you have we don't need a resolution or anything? Right?
Why don't you do the subcommittee by motion?
Okay. So we'll move that. Go ahead.
Second. Or third.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. So we have one more item here, but don't anybody leave when you finish talking because we have a special treat tonight for everybody, actually.
No one can leave.
No one can leave. I'm the mayor. I get to do that, right? Sorry. So who wants to start here and make it quick?
I'll start real quick. Really informative. I wish that more of our public would attend these meetings. It was really describing what they're using the equipment for, kind of a vision in the future of how to keep our community safe without us being spied on or feeling that we're in a military state. So next year, I hope that we get more people attending it because it's a really good chance not only just to hear the presentation, but to talk to our chief and actually hear how we're using these things and what he's actually thinking.
Very good. Thank you. Vice Mayor, you have anything to report?
Yeah, a couple things. I went to the mural unveiling at the Marcy Becerra School at Healdsburg High School. That was a really fantastic event. I was surprised and delighted by how many folks were there. There's Native American dancing, and it was really cool. Went to the Kiwanis breakfast yesterday morning. Always a good time. See lots of people lived in the community for a long time, support the Kiwanis, have a nice breakfast. The mayor and I met with Assemblymember Rogers and had a good conversation about how he and the state can support Healdsburg. I also went to the ribbon cutting for Lavish, what's the whole company?
I think it's just Lavish.
Lavish, okay. So I did that. And, I just wanted to acknowledge the passing of a really important community member this week, Aaron Rosewater, who anybody who's been in the plaza and in the bookstore there knew him and loved him. And it's really a sad thing to speak about, but it's just something to mention and to acknowledge because a lot of people are grieving for his loss.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Councilmember Kelly?
Yes, at a smart board meeting. Recertification of the sales tax that's going to be sunsetting. So they're doing some polling and I'll be sharing back the outcome of that. And then I attended the Healdsburg Little League opening day, which is one of my favorite days of the year in town with so many families coming out behind Healdsburg Elementary at Droughty Field. And let's see, I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hagley.
Yeah, I've attended the Little League opener. It's so much fun. All the little girls, pink. What are they called? The girls team.
The Angels. They're
Yeah. The Angels. Yeah. But they're all wearing pink. It's like super cute. Anyway, let's see. On the 18th, I gave a tour with Terry Crowley, utility director. of the floating solar with Congressman Huffman's district and DC staff to they hadn't toured it before, so we were able to give them a very detailed tour and kind of talk about some of the other needs that we have and navigate this new environment in DC and how we work together to move our issues forward. And then on the 25th, I met with former council member Joni Okus, council member emeritus Joni Okus, to talk about housing trust and just bouncing ideas. It's great to have like his energy focused on that. And then, I mean, this isn't for something now, but when we do the, reassignment of like roles and all that at the end of the year, I get it. It's really hard to pick one Marie Sparks winner, but I think going forward, we have one. Because I think that this also had like a tradition of surprising the different people, right? And again, I'm just guilty of it too, because last year as mayor, I sat on that committee. We had two, and it is hard to narrow it down. But I think it's something special about, I don't know. It's something that I might mention when we, when that comes up and we talk about the awards for next year. That let's narrow it down to one. That's not taking anything away from all three of the recipients today, because above and beyond, I mean, we've got so many great volunteers in Healdsburg. So, and then, yeah, I was sad to hear the passing. And Jackson had quite a few stories. He's gotten into records, and he was pretty sad. And he was telling me how nice he was about he learned a lesson about what sales tax was. He had to, so Aaron set everything aside and told him like, he was really nice. He let me put everything aside and call to get more money so I could buy my records. So just that kind of personal touch is, the stuff that I think, the impression that he left on, my son was special. So thank you.
That's really nice. I did my best on the Marie Sparks to do less than 3, but I got nowhere.
It's hard.
I got nowhere. People, they really were not happy with that. So maybe that's something we talk to Anna about in the future, so she can direct it more. But anyway, I spent a lot of time with Chris this week, right? The Lavish, and then with Chris Rogers was really, and our city manager at that meeting was really interesting, and it was nice that he reached out to us and offered his help and guidance as well. So that was good. I did the chamber update, and I did the Arts and Culture Commission update this month. And other than that, it's probably time to go home. But I'll adjourn the meeting, but then we have something for everyone. So I'll adjourn the meeting at 10:51.